однако, минус однозначно. Мы неоднократно говорили, что такие поставки, они не смогут принципиально ничего изменить. Добавят проблем для Украины, для украинского народа.
Dmitry Peskov's remarks came as NATO allies mulled whether to send combat tanks to Ukraine following pledges to provide lighter armored vehicles such as the US-made Bradleys and German Martyrs.
Видим приверженность заблуждению, драматическому заблуждению о возможности для Украины иметь какой-то успех на поле боя. Это драматическое заблуждение западного сообщества, которое заставит еще неоднократно пожалеть.
Following this fresh provocation, NATO allies are yet to declare if they will stop defense aid to Ukraine. Agency report, Republic TV.
And moving on now, viewers, to what's really happening with the Kashmiri Pandits. As we have been tracking for you with the latest as far as Jammu and Kashmir government is concerned, that inaugurated a 930 flat accommodation for the migrant Kashmiri Pandits, and the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, laid the foundation stone for the transit accommodation for Kashmiri Pandit employees in the Ziwan area of Srinagar. Here's a complete report on the same.
Jammu Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha laid the foundation stone for transit accommodation for Kashmiri migrant employees at Ziwan.
Despite the terror threats coming to the Kashmiri Pandits, we are seeing the government trying to provide helping hand, and today LG Manoj Sinha laid a foundation stone here at Ziwan for the transit accommodation for the Kashmiri Pandits, those who are working under Prime Minister's employee package, and some 930 flats will come up here in 6 months' time. LG Manoj Sinha said that the genuine demands of the Kashmiri Pandits are being fulfilled, but Kashmiri Pandits say that they don't feel safe in the Kashmir and they are ready to serve in any part of the country. But as far as Kashmir is concerned, because in the recent time we have seen many Kashmiri Pandits were targeted and they are on road for the last 6 to 7 months demanding that there should be the relocation, those who are working under the Prime Minister's package. My VJ Firdaus can show you the visuals that this is the place, this is just one of the safer locations as far as the government say, and the men and the machinery has started working here because today the foundation stone was laid by LG Manoj Sinha.
LG Sinha has stated that the administration has been working in a sensitive manner to resolve issues raised by Kashmiri Pandits.
बड़े संवेदनशील ढंग से हम सब कोशिश कर रहे हैं कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट्स की समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए, खासतौर से जो एम्प्लॉइज हैं, चाहे वो हों या बाकी भी जम्मू बेस्ड एम्प्लॉइज हैं, लगातार प्रशासन उनके संपर्क में रहा है। जो उनकी जेन्युइन दिक्कतें रहीं उनको हमने समाधान तक पहुंचाया है। पहले एक समय था जब पोस्ट खाली रहती थी, भरी नहीं जाती थी, अब सभी पद भर दिए गए। उनकी और भी जो दिक्कतें थी उनके प्रमोशंस कर दिए गए हैं।
Kashmiri Pandits are grateful to the administration over the rehabilitation move.
We really welcome it. बहुत अच्छा स्टेप है। गवर्नमेंट प्रेजेंट डिस्पेंसेशन तैयार है हर एक चीज़ के लिए, तो मैं समझता हूँ जितना जल्दी ये तैयार हो जाएगा हमारे बच्चे भी वापस यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे।
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत फील कर रहे हैं। हमें आज बहुत खुशी है क्योंकि आज हम फिर वापस आए 32 साल के बाद हम यहाँ आए हैं कश्मीर में। बहुत उम्मीद है। हम ये गवर्नमेंट से कहना चाहते हैं हालात फिर से जैसे हम पहले रहते थे वैसे हम वापस आना चाहते हैं।
Needs to be seen that how long this will take time as far as the completion of the flats is concerned. As far as the transit accommodations is concerned, we are seeing the accommodations in South Kashmir, in North Kashmir, and also in Sheikhpura, Central Kashmir. There are the assurances from the government side that the Pandits will be secured in the Kashmir Valley. With Vijay Firdaus Wani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
I'm now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, it's a big victory for our heroes. WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. And also getting you updates on how it's a massive claim by Moscow, and Russian defense minister says 2 Ukraine settlements have been captured. All the updates on the other side.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, coming soon.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestlers and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
And that's all we've got for you on the Morning Express, viewers. But on the live and breaking after a short break, we're getting you updates of the 3-day-long wrestlers' protest that has been called off, as Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
Big win for our heroes, Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus reached. Amidst grave allegations, WFI now makes a toothless body for 4 next weeks. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with hisab liya jayega comment. UK MP writes letter to BBC boss, says timing is sinister when India heads G20. And protests, violence, arson, complete mayhem ensues in Lima as anti-government protests continue. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live in Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma with you. Let's begin with the top story that we are breaking at this hour. Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is serving a sentence for rape and murder in Rohtak's Sunaria jail, was again granted a 40 days parole on Friday. This latest parole to the Dera chief comes just 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. Joining me now is my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, Ram Rahim again granted parole for 40 days. What are we expecting? What are the details you have?
Well, absolutely, Rukma. This is the fresh details that we have procured, that 40-day parole again. And in fact, just less than 2 months, Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been granted once again parole. And even on the basis that he wanted to attend a function related to the Dera Sacha Sauda. And what we are learning from our sources is that this time, 25th of January, there is a birth anniversary of Shah Satnam Singh, who was the founder member of Dera Sacha Sauda, and his birth anniversary celebration is one of the main reasons on which Gurmeet Ram Rahim has sought the parole for 40 days. And in fact, following the application of Gurmeet Ram Rahim, Jail Ministry of Haryana commented that it has been forwarded to Commissioner of Rohtak. And further, Rohtak Commissioner commented that according to the rules, Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been granted the parole for 40 days and even less than 2 months. The biggest question is Rukma, that on November 25, he has been his parole of 40 days has been ended, and in fact now once again his parole 40-day parole again granted by the Haryana government. Certain kind of questions are being raised just because every time whenever Gurmeet Ram Rahim is asking for the parole, Haryana government is pleasing him. Why? There are certain shades of grey behind this parole application approval, and in fact why Haryana government is trying to facilitate Gurmeet Ram Rahim despite knowing that in August 2017 he has created law and order situation in the
Amandeep,
entire
joining me now is activist Brinda Adige on the phone line. Brinda, how do you react to the fact that a convicted rapist, Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, head of the DERA, is now let out on 40 days parole once again? Just a few months back, it was a similar situation.
Absolute shamelessness on the part of the system and the powers that be in Haryana. What we are seeing continuously is these people have no shame at all. This is a man who is convicted for rape, convicted for murder, does not spend any time in the jail, all the time out on parole, so that he can service the powers that be, garner the votes that these people want. Absolute shamelessness in mother of democracy. And what are the courts doing? How can the courts even permit something like this? Do they do that for all the other convicts who are in jail? All the other people who are murderers and the rapists who are in jail, do they give the same parole? Why is it that this man is being treated with kid gloves, given so much of extra concession and leniency? It is because the Haryana government is afraid of losing power, and so they want this fellow to be there so that he can garner votes for them. Such shamelessness is to be they must hang their heads in shame. Literally hang their heads in shame. This incorrigible behavior by the Haryana government is unacceptable in this great nation like India.
So utter shamelessness, says Brinda Adige, activist, as we bring you the news of Gurmeet Ram Rahim, head of the DERA Sacha Sauda, who is convicted of rape and murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He is out on parole for another 40 days once again. Well, many thanks, Brinda Adige, for joining us. Going back once again to Amandeep. Amandeep, you just heard that reaction. Brinda Adige, a social activist, and that would be the reaction perhaps of every honest citizen where, Gurmeet Ram Rahim could be roaming. But what did the court say on granting parole to somebody who's been sentenced for 20 years? Is there any information regarding that?
Well, Rukma, the entire prerogative of granting parole is obviously on the state government. And in fact, state government is the one, according to jail manual, they have to decide to whom parole should be granted or not, according to the behavior and according to the sensitivity of that person. But in this case, Haryana government has turned complete blind. And despite knowing that what had happened in 2017 when Gurmeet Ram Rahim was convicted, 35 people killed during that protest, and a lot of law and order situation has been created on that day when Gurmeet Ram Rahim's conviction was announced by CBI court in rape as well as murder charges. And in fact, even after that, certain kind of followers have camped outside the Rohtak jail scenario, and even that situation is also very much visible in front of Haryana government. But despite knowing all these things, they have again granted parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, and even they have not verified the security concerns. They have not cross-checked what all is going to happen after giving him the parole, just because during last parole in 40 days before assembly elections, in fact, Gurmeet Ram Rahim was the one who was actually holding certain kind of satsang. He was pleasing the people. He was again garnering the support to him. And even if this support getting stronger and stronger, what will happen again? Again, that chapter of 2017 will be repeated in the state of Haryana. And whenever these kind of charges, just because Gurmeet, again, there are certain cases that are still pending against Gurmeet Ram Rahim. There are certain heinous crime cases that are still pending against Gurmeet Ram Rahim. But no, Haryana government is trying to just encash his vote bank for the sake of the politics. They are putting the entire stake the state on the stake of the law and order situation. But that is actually not justified just because the entire nation has witnessed that situation, but what had happened in 2017, and nobody can forget this. The people of Panchkula cannot come out of that trauma when they were staying inside their homes and thousands of people camping outside their houses. And in fact, when the paramilitary forces came in and even they tried to disperse the mob, the entire law and order situation has been created. But Haryana government has completely turned blind into this fact.
Right. Right, Amandeep, well, you keep your eyes on that story. So, Gurmeet Ram Rahim out on a 40-day parole. Questions being raised on how the state government allowed this to happen. Gurmeet Ram Rahim is convicted of murder and rape on 2 counts, and he is in prison for 20 years.
One clarification. Tejaswi, what do you have to say regarding this particular incident? Because now we are getting, responses from the aviation minister as well as from Mr. Annamalai as well. People want to know about your clarification. What exactly happened?
Regarding this issue, the airlines has already commented. DGCA has commented. The Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation himself has clarified and spoken about this. My co-passenger, who is the eyewitness to what happened, Shri Annamalai ji, he has spoken and clarified and narrated the factual matrix. Couple of other passengers who were also eyewitness to the incident have spoken to a couple of media houses, and they also have narrated the chain of events that took place and the truth that is in the matter. Therefore, there is no need for me to be speaking again on an issue which the opponents are trying to use as a political hit job and glorify it.
And you're watching live and breaking viewers. Breaking news coming in from down south in Bengaluru. Yet another hit and run case reported. A Fortuner car, as you can see in those in that CCTV footage, in those visuals that we're showing you on your screens. A Fortuner car rams into a bike and escapes. It flees from the spot. The biker was thrown off his bike and fell a few feet away. He has suffered minor injuries, that's what we've learned, and has been admitted to a hospital. But the driver of the Fortuner, neither did he stop nor did he care that he had actually thrown a biker off his vehicle. It sped away from the spot. Another hit and run, viewers, from Bengaluru. Onlookers who spoke to the cops have stated there were 4 people inside the car, including the driver. And clearly none of the 4 who were inside that Fortuner car gave a single thought to the biker who had fallen off his vehicle, who could have been grievously hurt. He is now in hospital and has been admitted for his injuries. And Prajwal, my colleague, joining me on the phone line. Prajwal, another Bengaluru hit and run. Give us the latest update.
Rukma, this happened last evening in Rajajinagar at 7:30 p.m. On this busy road, which between the Rajajinagar first block towards Rajajinagar 6th block, outside a car as well. And now it is being understood that this particular Fortuner car, which is coming in from first block, has rammed into the vehicle. The biker has been thrown off around 4 to 5 feet in distance. And he suffered minor bruises is what eyewitness told at that point of time. But later it was learned that he might have suffered some sort of internal bleeding, because so far there has been no contact between the police and the victim is what we get to understand. And even on the CCTV footage, if we closely look at it, there are eyewitnesses, there are also the public who tries to stop the car, but then he suddenly makes a U-turn. He suddenly makes a U-turn immediately, and the driver even tries to run over those people who are trying to stop the car as well. So this was definitely a case of negligent and rash driving out on the streets of Bengaluru. And right now I'm here at the spot where this incident had taken place last evening. And to look at this entire spot, you can look at it, Rukma. So this particular Fortuner car has come in and he's hit the driver at the spot where I'm standing, and then he's taken a U-turn near the divider. So if you look at the divider there, he's immediately taken a U-turn, and the onlookers who were there on the pedestrian walk have tried to stop him. But when they tried to stop him, he tried to run over them on the opposite side of the road, and he sped away so far. And this particular case has happened in the Malleshwaram traffic police station limits. But so far, the police have not been able to track this particular car as well. So this is something which is shocking, because this was the second case of hit and run reported in Bengaluru in the past 24 hours, as well as third case of hit and run in Bengaluru, which has been reported in the past 72 hours. So such instances of road rage and road rash is increasing in Bengaluru, and the cops are acting tough. But one of the major problems is the fact that they have not been able to zero in on the accused as well. The cops are going through the CCTV footage across the entire street over here, trying to find out the registration number of the car so that they can zero in on the owner, and then they can go on to seize the vehicle and call the accused in. But so far, there has been no sort of inroads that has been made by the cops, even as they are trying to make sure that they go on and nab these culprits.
Well, many thanks, Prajwal, for bringing us up to date with those details. It's another case in just 72 hours. Another biker is thrown off his bike, and it's another hit and run from Bengaluru. Let's move on now to other top stories. In other news, the 3-day-long wrestlers' protest against the Wrestlers Federation of India has been called off. In a late-night conference, Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur said consensus has been reached and an oversight committee is to probe into allegations.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे, और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
It's a big victory for our heroes. WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks amid the serious allegations by the wrestlers. The Sports Ministry to form an oversight committee. Another attack on the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal. Stones are pelted and window panes of the express were broken. Remember, this is the third such attack on the Vande Bharat train. Rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh has once again been granted a 40-day parole. The latest parole to the rapist, who is serving a 20-year-old jail term for raping two of his disciples, comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra to be produced in the Patiala court today. Remember, a day before DGCA slapped a 30 lakh rupees financial penalty on Air India. Additionally, Shankar Mishra has been banned from flying for 4 months. Patiala House Court will hear Nora Fatehi's defamation case filed against actor Jacqueline Fernandez today. Nora Fatehi will record her statement in the court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend All India Conference of Director Generals of Police at the National Agricultural Science Complex in the national capital. Nearly 100 invitees, including DGP of states and heads of Central Armed Police Forces, to attend the conference. Election Commission of India seeks a report on clash between supporters of two political parties in West Tripura on the 18th of January. According to sources, the ECI has sought the report from the Director General of Police and Chief Secretary by 3 in the afternoon. Another provocative remark by former MP Chief Madhya Pradesh Congress Chief Kamal Nath. In his controversial statement, Nath has warned officers of the state that police officers and employees should listen with open ears as there are elections after 8 months. In his statement, he warned and said, "Acha hisab liya jayega." Amid the unending Russia-Ukraine war, Moscow now has made a massive claim. Russian defense minister has said 2 Ukraine settlements have been captured by them. And more breaking news coming in now from Punjab, as the NCB is undertaking a mega crackdown. It has busted an international drug racket, and it's a crackdown on narco terror in Punjab. As the crackdown on narco terror continues, the NCB has sealed 66 liquor vents and recovered 34 kilograms of narcotics in Ludhiana as they bust an international drug racket in Punjab. So it's a major haul as far as the Punjab authorities are concerned. Punjab NCB is concerned. It's a mega crackdown, huge success, as a huge drug racket, an international drug racket has been busted by the NCB. And joining me now is Amandeep. Amandeep, it's a major success. Well, we'll try and connect with my colleagues on the ground, but right now what we're hearing is that there's been a major bust as far as the Narcotics Control Bureau of Punjab is concerned. It's the breakup, it's a crackdown into and busting of an international drug racket. The NCB has now sealed 66 liquor vents and recovered 34 kilograms of narcotics in Ludhiana. They bust an international drug racket in Punjab. So a major crackdown on narco terror in the state of Punjab by the Narcotics Control Bureau. And it's an international drug racket that has been busted. Meanwhile, 66 liquor vents have been sealed. It's a major success as far as the NCB is concerned, as the crackdown on narcotics or narco terror continues. And joining me is my colleague Amandeep, live on this story. Amandeep, it's still very early in the morning, but it's a major success, this drug bust of an international drug racket. Give us all the details. How did it happen, when, and what are there any details about the recoveries that have been made?
Well, absolutely. Rukma, this case is regarding 34 kg heroin recovery from Punjab. And in fact, in the month of December, NCB has arrested one person along with the 34 kg of heroin and other narco substance as well. But during the course of investigation, they have learned that the drug lord Akshay Chhabra has been involved into certain kind of investments in Punjab as well. And in fact, 66 liquor vendors were identified by the NCB during the course of investigation, in which the drug money has been invested by drug lord Akshay Chhabra, and they have been immediately sealed. And all these liquor vents are located in Ludhiana district of Punjab itself. And in fact, it has also been identified during the course of investigation that around 25% of the drug money has been invested in 3 biggest liquor companies in Punjab, through which Akshay Chhabra just rotate his financial transactions and even invest in certain kind of businesses, the money which was earned through the drugs. And in fact, further investigation is still on, just because Akshay Chhabra is a drug lord, is a kingpin of the international drug which has been busted by the NCB last month, and even recovered 34 kg of the heroin. The links of this international racket has been spread to the Canada and the other countries as well. And now the NCB is further dragging their investigation to the network on the ground in Punjab and the other states, just because this is the biggest drug nexus that has been busted by the NCB in Punjab. And now the drug properties has also been sealed by the NCB, in which the drug money was invested. Just because, Rukma, one person, Akshay Chhabra, is the kingpin and the pivotal point of the entire drug law. Certain factories have been sealed in the Ludhiana, which actually create the drugs from the raw material of morphine drug. And in fact, that turned out to be the heroin. And later that heroin has been sold to several other states and even other drug lords also. And that money has been invested in certain kind of business to prove himself that he is a taxpayer and he is earning in a white collar money. So now the 66 drug vents has been sealed. Yes, Rukma.
Right. Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for bringing us up to speed on that story. So as Amandeep was recounting to you, that's an overview of all that's happened in this mega drug bust by the NCB. It's a major crackdown on narco terror in the state of Punjab. Let's move on now, quickly switching focus to other top stories. Thousands protested again in Lima and Arequipa cities, demanding the resignation of President Dina Boluarte. Police have responded during the evening, firing tear gas canisters. Protests in Lima are now larger since many demonstrators came in the past days from remote regions where dozens have died during a month of unrest. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met on Friday with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev.
Again, the great message. You're coming, so thank you very much. And thanks to, again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
Police are investigating a shooting near a Kansas City funeral home that left 4 people injured, one of them critically. Police say a probe is underway and no suspects have been taken into custody yet. A half-century after Roe v. Wade, March for Life supporters celebrated the Supreme Court's dismantling of the constitutional right to abortion and heralded the political struggle set loose by the court's decision. President Joe Biden pledged to do all in his limited power to restore core abortion rights. Portuguese Education Minister João Costa met with representatives of 2 main unions representing teachers and other public education workers in the country. The talks in Lisbon were held as a protest was held outside by workers who were calling for better pay and conditions. Floods in the Balkans this week have closed down schools, cut railway traffic and soaked homes and farmland. Flooding in Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Kosovo were triggered by heavy rainfall and unseasonal warm weather. Floods reported in parts of Kosovo closed down schools and soaked properties and farmland after the Ibar River and other smaller rivers and streams overflowed, cutting off local roads and forcing people from their homes. Plastic bottles, rusty barrels and even old refrigerators are among the tons of garbage clogging rivers in Bosnia. On the river Drina, which flows between Montenegro, Serbia and Bosnia, garbage is stuck behind a trash barrier near a key hydroelectric power plant, forming huge rubbish islands that float on the surface. Police in Ukraine's Kyiv region released body cam footage shot by a first responder arriving at the scene of Wednesday's helicopter crash, which killed the country's interior minister and about a dozen other people. And several Lebanese reformist legislators continue to sit inside the parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. And coming up in news that we are tracking amidst grave allegations, WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. And also coming out, Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes a fresh controversy with Hisab Liya Jayega comment.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestler and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the Nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
We see all these wrestlers who have gathered here, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Phogat, Bajrang Punia, who are sitting right here, and more of these aspirants, these budding wrestlers who have gathered here in huge numbers, because it is really about their careers, their future. It is about the youth of our country. Senior wrestlers are saying that they are proud of these children who are raising their voices, who've come right here and who've had the courage to speak up against Brij Bhushan Sharan.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks.
Is it time to apologise to the world, sir? To give refunds back to the countries that poured all their money into your vaccine that doesn't work, your ineffective vaccine? Are you not ashamed of what you've done in the last couple of years?
Do you have any apologies to the public, sir?
Are you proud of it? You've made millions on the backs of people's entire livelihood. How does that feel to walk the streets as a millionaire on the backs of the regular person at home in Australia, in England, in Canada?
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
It's a big win for our heroes. Post Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. Amidst the grave allegations, WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole, once again out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with the Hisab Liya Jayega comment. UK MP writes letter to BBC boss, says timing is sinister when India heads G20. Protest, violence, arson, complete mayhem ensues in the Lima as anti-government protests continue. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Priyanka Sharma, and straight away getting you all the updates of what's really happening in the country. In a controversial statement now, the Congress leader Kamal Nath warned the officers of the state that the police officers and employees should listen with open ears. There are elections after 8 months. And acha hisab liya jayega is the comment that had in fact been made as well. Let's first up, viewers, listen in to what really Kamal Nath had to say.
और मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, याद रखिए 8 महीनों में चुनाव है, डरिएगा मत, आक्रमण रहिएगा, अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीनों में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे। और सब कर्मचारी और पुलिस के लोग समझ सुन ले, कान खोल के सुन ले कि अच्छा हिसाब उनका लिया जाएगा।
Well, there you have it, viewers. We just listened in to Kamal Nath, and let me also bring in my colleague Tanisha at this point, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Tanisha, we just heard in the jibe that was made by Kamal Nath, where he has stated that acha hisab liya jayega, and he makes a mention of the elections that are due in 8 months or so. Speak to us about the connotations of what he's really said there, speaking and making a reference to the Karnataka elections. And in fact, he's also stated and has warned the officers and the state of the police and employees, in fact, and he stated that they should listen with open ears. Speak to us about what he's really stated there, making a reference to the Karnataka elections.
Well, a very, very good morning to you, Priyanka. Clearly, this is not just a jibe from the Congress leader. It comes as a fear-mongering that he is doing in the state. Because remember, in just some months, the state of Madhya Pradesh will go into election. And hence, he is taking a jibe and he is fear-mongering among the state that if the elections are not carried out well, and if it is not done in a manner which they wanted, they will take an acha hisab. Acha hisab here means they will look after what can be done with these police officers, be it transferring them or moving them to a different location. So clearly, a sense of fear mongering is what he's trying to instill here. He's taking a jibe. He's trying to threaten indirectly these police officers and the officers on duty to do their duty properly. Now, clearly, this is not the first time that Kamal Nath has taken a jibe. Remember, it was in past days as well when he had hit out at his former colleague and his fellow companion Jyotiraditya Scindia, where he had called him politically redundant in the state. So clearly, jibe after jibe coming in from this Congress leader, and all of this just because the state will go into elections in just few months from now. Priyanka.
Tanisha, that being said, if you could also speak to us about what really is happening as far as the preparations are also concerned, because clearly now Kamal Nath being one of the leaders who does recce in a lot of states that are going into elections, and that is not different in the case of Karnataka as well, it seems. But speak to us about the kind of preparation and the run-up to the elections and the kind of war of words that have now broken out as far as Kamal Nath is also concerned with his jibe and the kind of fear-mongering as you're talking about when he made that comment, acha hisab liya jayega as well. So speak to us about in the circumstances where he had made this comment and the connotations and the ramifications of this, any reaction that you're picking up on this comment as well.
Well, so far, Priyanka, the BJP has not reacted to it, but we are getting to know that the BJP will give a befitting answer to this jibe, to this fear-mongering that this man, the Congress leader, Kamal Nath, is doing in the state, which is a poll-bound state. Now, remember, when we talk about elections, there are several states that will go into elections.
Sorry to cut you short. Stay on with us. But we also have various voices. It's important to get those in here as well. As I also welcome Shehzad Poonawalla on the broadcast once again. Shehzad, Good morning to you. Please share your first thoughts on the kind of jibe that we have just heard from Kamal Nath coming in, making a reference to the Karnataka elections as well, and saying this "Acha hisab liya jayega." What do you really think that he meant when he said this? And your first thoughts and reaction to this statement that he has made?
This shows the undemocratic emergency mindset of the Congress party. This is not the first time Kamal Nath ji has made these statements. You remember in August 2021, at that time also he threatened officers, administration, saying that dekh lenge, and now also he's saying hisab le lenge. Kamal Nath had also said once aag laga do. So this shows the undemocratic and the very tyrannical emergency mindset that the Congress party has, and this is a seedha attempt to try and intimidate the officers. So imagine if this is the way they behave outside power, then if they by mistake come to power, what will they do with the administration and the officers? And therefore it is necessary for the people of Madhya Pradesh to be very careful that such kinds of elements who threaten and who do not follow the constitution, rule of law, and who feel that, it is a Parivar Raj and there is an emergency, these kinds of people should be kept out of power. This is the way they are behaving outside power. Imagine what they will do when they are in power.
Right. So, of course, you're also speaking to us about the kind of demeanor of Kamal Nath as well. But if you could also speak to us of the Karnataka elections in itself and vis-a-vis the kind of statements that are coming in from Kamal Nath as well. It seems as though the party wanting to set the narrative, set the tone for the elections from now itself. Doesn't it seem like that to you, Shehzad, as well?
I think you mean Madhya Pradesh elections, because I think the statement was made in the context of Madhya Pradesh. Having said that, it just shows the kind of mindset and the approach of the Congress party. The Congress party always believes in intimidating. The Congress party always believes in throwing the constitution, rule of law to the winds. And this is what exactly they're saying. Now we should ask Mr. Rahul Gandhi, ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है, ये प्यार की दुकान है, या ये किसकी दुकान है? This is a दुकान of threat and intimidation that हम बदला ले लेंगे, हम देख लेंगे, चुन चुन के देख लेंगे. So this is the kind of mindset that the Congress party has now. What?
All right, Shehzad Poonawala there joining us. Thank you for sharing your perspective here on Republic TV as we track for you viewers the latest as far as Kamal Nath is concerned, who has made this jibe now. And of course, we are seeing the kind of war of words that has broken out over this jibe that had been made by Kamal Nath, where he has stated, "Acha hisab in fact liya jayega," to which in fact the BJP has also responded and has condemned the statements of Kamal Nath.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV.
Cutting across now to some breaking updates that we're putting out on your screens now, viewers. The Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh has been arrested after 24 hours of interrogation. Now we're also getting you updates as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. The officials in fact had arrested him today morning at 5 a.m. and sources have revealed that several documents have been seized from him in the TET scam that we had been tracking for you, that was being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate as well. And now in the latest that we are getting for you is that the Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh, who had been in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate, he was being interrogated, he was being questioned, and Since the last 24 hours, in fact, we were getting updates that he was being interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate, and now finally we get an update for you that as of this morning at 5 a.m. the Enforcement Directorate in fact has placed the Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh under arrest, and this is after 24 hours of being quizzed by the authorities that he has now been placed formally under arrest as well. And of course, trouble mounting for the Youth Congress leader, the Trinamool Youth Congress leader, as sources have revealed that various documents in fact have also been seized from him, and of course this is in the TET scam that was being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate from the very beginning. And of course fresh updates that are now coming in is that the Trinamool Youth Congress leader has been placed under arrest. And we get you more updates as far as the TET scam is concerned. And of course, we had seen the various updates that the investigating agencies were also giving to us as far as the investigation into this entire matter is concerned. But of course, the fresh updates that are coming in as far as breaking updates that we're putting out on your screens are concerned, where Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh, the visuals of whom we are putting out on your screens as well, the TMC leader has been arrested now. Of course, this is a formal arrest that the Enforcement Directorate has placed the TMC leader under. And this, of course, also comes 24 hours of interrogation later that the authorities have officially arrested him. And of course, we also see that there is trouble mounting for the TMC leader because of the various documentation that has also been seized from his person. And this is just adding up to the plethora of evidence that the investigating agencies have as far as the TET scam is also concerned. And time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, it's a big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. And it's the convicted rapist Ram Rahim has been granted parole once again, out for 40 days this time. Updates on the other side.
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर। लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ सर।
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहां मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने बैनर, उनका सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आंख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की जमीन पे, ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वांट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज टू बी टेकन ऑफ।
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर। लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ सर।
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहां मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने बैनर, उनका सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आंख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की जमीन पे, ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वांट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज टू बी taken off.
Why we see all these wrestlers who have gathered here, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, who are sitting right here, and more of these aspirants, these budding wrestlers who have gathered here in huge numbers, because it is really about their careers, their future. It is about the youth of after having an internal meeting with Air India, which DGCA held entire this month, and after this action has been taken where an penalty of 30 lakh has been imposed on Air India and the pilot in command has been suspended for 3 months. And not only this, 3 lakh fine has also been imposed on the director of the air flight services of Air India. So these are the major actions which has been taken by DGCA.
Welcome back, viewers. Here's some news in brief. The 3-day-long wrestlers' protest against the Wrestlers Federation of India has been called off in a late-night conference. Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur said consensus reached, oversight committee and probe into the allegations to be undertaken.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
It's a big victory for our heroes. WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks amid the serious allegations by wrestlers. Sports Ministry to form an oversight committee as well. Another attack on the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal as stones were pelted and window panes of the express were broken. Remember, this is the third such attack on Vande Bharat Express. Rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been once again granted a 40-day parole, and the latest parole to the rapist, who is serving a 20-year jail term for raping his 2 disciples, comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra will be produced in the Patiala court today. Remember, a day before the DGCA slapped a rupees 30 lakh financial penalty on the Air India company, additionally, Shankar Mishra has been banned from flying for 4 months. Patiala House Court will hear the Nora Fatehi defamation case filed against the actor Jacqueline Fernandez. Nora Fatehi will record her statement in the court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the All India Conference of Director General of Police at the National Agricultural Science Complex in the national capital. About 100 invitees, including the DGP of states and other heads of the Central Armed Police Forces, will attend the conference. The Election Commission of India has sought a report on the clashes between the supporters of the 2 political parties in West Tripura on January 18th. According to the sources, the ECI has sought this report from the Director General of Police and Chief Secretary by 3 p.m. Another provocative remark by the former MP Chief Kamal Nath. In his controversial statement, Kamal Nath warned the officers of the state that police officers and employees should listen with open ears as there are elections after 8 months. In his statement, he warned and said, "Achha hisab liya jayega." Amid unending Russia-Ukraine war, Moscow made a massive claim. Russian defense minister said 2 Ukrainian settlements have been captured by them. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how the convicted rapist Ram Rahim has been granted parole once again, out for 40 days this time. And UK MP writes letter to the BBC boss, says timing is sinister when India heads the G20.
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
Why we see all these wrestlers who have gathered here, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, who are sitting right here, and more of these aspirants, these budding wrestlers who have gathered here in huge numbers, because it is really about their careers, their future. It is about the youth of our country. Senior wrestlers are saying that they are proud of these children who are raising their voices, who've come right here and who've had the courage to speak up against Brij Bhushan Sharan.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, coming soon.
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestler and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
हो गया बस.
Sir, you said it is a political vendetta. You are not replying. Are you condemning your son's act or not?
पूरा मेरा बेटा को पुलिस ने भिजाया में सरेंडर कर दिया. पुलिस वाला एक्शन लेंगे वो चीज पे नहीं. आप पूरा देखने के बाद आप बताओ.
Why does Pakistan want to talk to India? This is a country with which you fought 4 wars. Not 3, as Shehbaz Sharif would like us to believe, but 4 wars. Why would Pakistan want to talk to India? Now, Pakistan is suffering a food crisis, a food security crisis. China is no longer funding Pakistan the way Pakistan had become used to. India is on a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan.
Can I cross straight to some breaking updates that we are getting from Bengaluru this time, where there is no end to civic apathy, it seems, where another road caved in due to the shoddy work by the BBMP and BWSSB officials. And motorists and pedestrians, in fact, were angry with the civic apathy in place that we are seeing the visuals of on your screens. The road was caving in bit by bit for the past several months, but civic authorities had not paid heed to the complaints of the motorists and the residents. And now, as a result, we see a part of the road has been caved in completely. And those are the visuals of that road as well that we're putting out on your screens. But let me also bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's been on the ground and tracking this story for us. Prajwal, tell us more about the kind of visuals that we are seeing of the kind of civic apathy that the people of Bangalore are also witnessing. And this is not the first such incident that is also coming to light, where the authorities have not really paid attention. And this is another case of negligence once again that is coming to light. Speak to us more about this another apathy that is coming to light from Bengaluru.
Yes, Priyanka, in the last 1 week that we are seeing here in Bengaluru, this is the third such incident where a road has now caved in Itmadu, and it is being learnt that it is already 3 feet in depth as well. The motorists as well as the pedestrians who had walking by the side of the road on Itmadu had gone on to lodge complaint with both the BBMP as well as the BWSSB as well, but no sort of action was taken. These complaints have been registered for the past 45 days to 30 days is what we get to understand. And in this particular incident, it is being learnt that this road, that is the Itmadu main road in the south of Bengaluru, has caved early this morning when a heavy goods vehicle has passed by on this road. And therefore now it was initially just, it was just a few inches, but now this entire road, a part of this road has caved in completely, causing a lot of inconvenience to the commuters as well as the pedestrians too. And now they are blaming the civic authorities as to why action has not been taken. And mainly the fault also lies with the BWSSB over here, because every time that a road is laid, they go on to lay these underground pipelines
That's
of
right,
water.
Prajwal, as we are, of course, tracking the latest as far as the visuals of this apathy are also concerned that we are seeing on our screens right now. As you're pointing out that the road has been completely caved in, and the kind of attitude that we are seeing of the civic authorities as well is also surprising to say the least, because this is not the first such apathy that is coming to light from Bengaluru. And on that note, slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how protest, violence and arson, where it's a complete mayhem that is ensuing in Lima as anti-government protests are continuing. And also we're getting you updates of how the Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with the Hisab Liya Jayega comment.
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
We see all these wrestlers who have gathered here, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, who are sitting right here, and more of these aspirants, these budding wrestlers who have gathered here in huge numbers, because it is really about their careers, their future. It is about the youth of our country. Senior wrestlers are saying that they are proud of these children who are raising their voices, who've come right here and who've had the courage to speak up against Brij Bhushan Sharan.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, coming soon.
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestler and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
हो गया बस
Sir, you said it is a political vendetta. You are not replying. Are you condemning your son's act or not?
पूरा मेरा बेटा को पुलिस ने भिजाया में सरेंडर कर दिया. पुलिस वाला एक्शन लेंगे वो चीज पे नहीं. आप पूरा देखने के बाद आप बताओ पहले.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Fogart, Sangeeta Fogart and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud.
के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
The headlines at this hour: big win for our hero. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus reached. Amidst grave allegations, WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes a fresh controversy with Hisab Liya Jayega comment. And UK MP writes letter to BBC boss, says timing is sinister when India heads G20. Protests, violence, arson, complete mayhem ensues in Lima as anti-government protests continue. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rukma, and we are getting you news now that's breaking at this hour as the by-election dates for Erode East constituency are announced by the Election Commission. A new controversy has broken out in the AIA-DMK. Varshini to take us through what the controversy is, joining me from the ground there. Varshini, a very good morning to you. What is this new controversy that's broken out even as the Erode by-elections are just around the corner?
Very good morning to you, Rukma. So this controversy once again has broken out in the AIADMK, where EPS and OPS are at loggerheads with each other. Now that you see the by-election dates for the Erode East constituency has been announced by the Election Commission of India, both OPS and EPS are trying to make a candidate stand in front from their own camp, as EPS has already announced that this particular seat will not be given to any other alliance party. AIADMK will be making its stand in this constituency. OPS has now stoked a controversy by saying that there will be a candidate standing from his faction, and that he is also in talks with alliance parties, and that OPS will a candidacy for the Erode East from the ADMK party. And at the same time, he's also said something very important to note, that if at all the BJP decides to make somebody stand in the elections in the Erode East by poll from their party, then OPS will be supporting them. Now, if we see, EPS has now said that this will not be given to alliance parties, only ADMK will be standing. But OPS has extremely contradictory comments to give on this. And at the same time, if you see, the symbol of the AIADMK party is now at stake. Both OPS and EPS factions are claiming for the symbol. And now that if two candidates, if at all, are being nominated for the same constituency from the same party, then the symbol issue will also get higher, and the court will have to interfere. Therefore, there's already a case in the Supreme Court ongoing regarding the EPS and OPS tussle. Now that the by-election dates have been announced, it's just got even more bigger, that both these factions want to nominate a candidate from their own team.
Right, but how would that sit with the Election Commission of India, Varshini? Because they are still one party, and these are factions, as you tell us. We've seen what's happening in the Shiv Sena. It's an entire huge process, a protocol, a procedure that has been followed, and none of it has been done by either faction.
Well, absolutely, yes, Rukma. As far as Election Commission of India is concerned, it's still one party. But of late, we've been seeing at several instances where EPS has been recognized as the interim general secretary of the party by the Election Commission, though there's not been any official confirmation from the ECI that they are recognizing him. At several instances, they have approved his letters as the interim general secretary, and if for that matter, it has been widely understood in the state that EPS is now holding powers in the party. But OPS does not rest. He's also still claiming that he still is a part of the party and he is still the coordinator of the party unless and until the Supreme Court verdict comes out on this. Therefore, this is now entirely in the hands of the court, and only the court can decide as to who will be continuing with the party's authority and who will be having the symbol. Now that the symbol is very important, because a few years ago, immediately after former Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha's demise, we saw a symbol issue arising, and the court gave it to EPS and OPS when TTV Dinakaran and Shashikala were also fighting for it. Now that OPS and EPS are fighting in between themselves, again, it is the only way to find out who really has the powers in the party is only through what court orders. Therefore, we'll have to see how the hearing in the Supreme Court ends and what kind of verdict comes out from the Supreme Court, and that is how these things could proceed in the AIADMK. But for now, this issue of whose candidate will be standing for the by-election in Erode East is the biggest question mark.
Right. So the Erode by-election dates are announced, we are hearing of a fresh controversy. Varshini taking us through that. Many thanks, Varshini, for joining us.
A second case of hit and run has come to light from Bengaluru in Rajajinagar, where a Fortuner car rammed into a two-wheeler and later escaped from the spot by taking a U-turn. Right now I'm here at the spot and we can clearly go on and look at it. So this is from where this particular Fortuner car was coming in at Rajajinagar first block, and then he's rammed into the two-wheeler on this particular road, and then he sped away. When the public tried to stop him, he's immediately taken a U-turn over here at the deviation, and even when the people tried to stop him, he's taken a U-turn, and he's also tried to run over the people who tried to stop him, but none of the people, the public or the eyewitness, were injured, and he's immediately sped off. And this particular accident case has been reported in under Malleshwaram Traffic Police Station limits. It is being stated that he suffered minor injuries, minor bruises as he was thrown off due to the impact of the hit, but as of now his condition is still not known because the police officials, we get to understand, has still not established contact with the victim as well. With video journalist Sadanand, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic, Bengaluru.
And in live and breaking, these are visuals, viewers, of breaking news coming in from New Delhi, from the national capital. As you can see, this is a hotel, the Hotel Sun City in Connaught Place. It has been reported that a fire has broken out here, and in a latest update, 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. Details are still sketchy, but as you can see, that smoke billowing from the windows. This is a very prominent location in New Delhi.
के लोगों को देता है, तब वो सूचना देता है। 8:51 के वक्त पर उसने ये सूचना दी और तुरंत दमकल की गाड़ियां यहां मौके पर मौजूद है। आग बुझाने के प्रयास लगातार किए जा रहे हैं। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
My colleague joining me from Connaught Place, a prime location in the city, and here this is a hotel in Connaught Place in central Delhi that you see it's on fire. 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. It's still early morning this Saturday morning. Breaking news coming in from the national capital. A massive fire reported. More details are awaited. We have our team on the ground, and very shortly we will be bringing you all the details about this fire, about when and how it broke out, and other details. Right now we are hearing that 6 fire tenders are at the spot. This is Connaught Place in New Delhi, and this is the Hotel Sun City. Of course, it's still not clear how many people are inside, whether evacuation efforts are on, whether they are complete.
दिखा रहे हैं, ये बड़ी खबर हम आपको बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से ये आग लगी है। जब फायर ऑफिसर आएंगे तभी पूरी जानकारी देंगे कि आखिर आग लगने की असल वजह क्या रही। जांच पड़ताल के बाद ही सब कुछ पता चलेगा। लेकिन जो प्राथमिकता है इस वक्त, प्राथमिकता है कि इस आग पर पूरी तरीके से काबू पाया जा सके। ये प्राथमिकता है, तब जाकर ये भी आंकलन होगा कि कितना नुकसान जो है वो हुआ है। देखिए ये होटल का पहला माला जहां पर ये आग लगी है, ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर है। नीचे अगर आप देखेंगे तो बहुत सारी दुकानें हैं। ऐसे में गनीमत है कि आग ने बहुत ज्यादा विकराल रूप धारण नहीं किया है। अगर आग बहुत ज्यादा विकराल रूप धारण कर लेती तो कोई बड़ी घटना भी हो सकती थी, कोई बड़ा हादसा भी हो सकता था, क्योंकि ये भीड़ भाड़ वाला इलाका है जिस तरीके से मैं आपको कह रही हूँ। नीचे देखिए कितनी सारी दुकानें हैं और ऐसे में फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर ये आग लगी है, और वो भी एक ऐसे समय पर आग लगी है जब सुबह सब आ रहे थे अपने घर, अपनी दुकानों को खोलने के लिए आ रहे थे। और ऐसे में तस्वीरें जरा सीपी दिखाइए कि किस तरीके से ये धुएं का गुब्बार उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। किन वजहों से आग लगी, वजह अभी साफ नहीं है कि किन वजहों से आग लगी है। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें आपके सामने, जो आप तस्वीरें देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से धुएं का गुब्बार उठता आपको नजर आ रहा है।
And joining me now is Monica. Monica, we were, these are visuals that you're bringing us from Connaught Place. Is there any evacuation effort on? Because we believe this is the Hotel Sun City. तो क्या कोई inmates थे होटल में?
नहीं, ये होटल की किचन है। लेट मी क्लियर यू वन थिंग, ये होटल की किचन है, इसमें कोई रहता नहीं है। ये किचन का सेक्शन है। होटल था यहाँ पर, होटल सन सिटी, और किचन में सिर्फ कर्मचारी, जो एक कर्मचारी था वो सो रहा था। 8:51 का वक्त था, 8:51 AM, और तब कर्मचारी को महसूस होता है कि धुएं का गुब्बार उठ रहा है, और उसको जिस तरीके से घुटन महसूस होनी शुरू हुई, उसके बाद धुएं का गुब्बार उठा, उसने देखा और तभी उसने अधिकारियों को इस बाबत सूचना दी कि यहाँ पर आग लगी है। और फायर ब्रिगेड की 6 गाड़ियां यहाँ पर आई है। सीपी जरा तस्वीरें दिखाइए कि किस तरीके से फायर ब्रिगेड की 6 गाड़ियां यहाँ पर आई हैं जो आग बुझाने का प्रयास कर रही है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से पूरा जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो किया जा रहा है। आग को बुझाना प्राथमिकता है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से मैंने बताया कि ये किचन सेक्शन है होटल का, और ये कनॉट प्लेस है। ये जो इलाका है ये दिल्ली का कनॉट प्लेस इलाका है, जो बहुत चर्चित, बहुत मशहूर इलाका है। काफी भीड़ भाड़ वाला ये एरिया रहता है। सुबह से ही यहाँ पर आप लोगों की आवाजाही जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा देखेंगे, और क्योंकि ये पहला फ्लोर है जहाँ पर आग लगी है। नीचे बहुत सारी दुकानें हैं, बहुत सारी शॉप्स हैं, और ऐसे में गनीमत की बात है कि आग ने बहुत ज्यादा विकराल रूप नहीं धारण किया है। बहुत ज्यादा भीषण आग ये नहीं है, हालांकि बहुत खतरनाक ये आग नजर आ रही है, लेकिन बहुत विकराल रूप धारण नहीं किया है। आसपास की जो दुकानें हैं उन्हें नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। अगर उन्हें नुकसान होता तो और भी बड़ी दुर्घटना यहाँ पर हो सकती। सिर्फ यहाँ पर ये होटल का जो किचन का पोर्शन है वहाँ पर आग लगी है, और ऐसे में आग बुझाने की जो कोशिश है वो लगातार जारी है। दमकल की 6 गाड़ियां हैं जो आग पर काबू पाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। दरअसल इस आग लगने की असल वजह क्या रही, असल कारण क्या रहे, वो अभी साफ नहीं हो पाया है। इतनी जानकारी मिल रही है कि होटल का ये जो किचन सेक्शन है, यहाँ पर होटल का एक कर्मचारी सो रहा था, और ऐसे में 8:51 का वक्त था, 8:51 AM, जब उसे महसूस होता है कि दम घुट रहा है, धुएं का गुब्बार है, वो देखता है कि आग लग चुकी है, और वो तुरंत इसकी जानकारी अधिकारियों को देता है, होटल के मालिक को देता है, और तब इसकी पूरी जानकारी जो है उन तक पहुंचाई जाती है। और उसके बाद तुरंत ये जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो यहाँ पर शुरू हुआ। इसके साथ ही आग बुझाने के जो काम है वो यहाँ पर शुरू हुआ। देखिए किस तरीके से आग पर काबू पाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ये पूरे पाइप्स है, सीपी जरा दिखाइए, ये पूरे पाइप्स हैं, क्योंकि पहला फ्लोर है जहाँ पर आग लगी है। सीढ़ियों के रास्ते इन पाइप्स को ऊपर लेकर जाया गया है, और फिर वहाँ पर आग बुझाने की जो कोशिश है वो की जा रही है। देखिए मैं काफ़ी देर से यहाँ पर मौजूद हूँ। धुएं का जो गुब्बार है वो लगातार उठ रहा है, हालांकि उसमें बहुत नामात्र सी कमी जो है वो अभी दर्ज की गई है। कोई खास कमी दर्ज नहीं की गई है, नामात्र सी कमी दर्ज की गई है, लेकिन आग बुझाने की कोशिश लगातार जारी है। धुएं का गुब्बार उठता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। जो आप इस वक्त तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से धुएं का ये काला गुब्बार आसमान में उठता हुआ, क्योंकि भीषण आग यहाँ पर लगी है। आग के लगने की असल वजह क्या रही, असल कारण क्या रहे, है वो तभी साफ हो पाएगा जब फायर ऑफिसर जानकारी देंगे कि किस वजह से ये आग लगी है। फिलहाल ये होटल का फर्स्ट फ्लोर है। शुक्र है किसी भी तरह की जानहानि की खबर इसमें नहीं सामने आई है। गनीमत है कि कोई भी तरह की जानहानि की खबर सामने नहीं आई है, लेकिन होटल को कितना नुकसान हुआ है ये तभी पता चलेगा जब आग पर पूरी तरीके से काबू पा लिया जाएगा और उसके बाद फिर जब बयान दिया जाएगा कि कितना नुकसान आग की वजह से होटल को हुआ है। लेकिन आपको ये भी जानकारी दे दें कि ये धुएं का जो गुब्बार है, देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बढ़ता जा रहा है, जो हम भी यहाँ महसूस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ऊपर की तरफ ये पूरा धुआं उठता हुआ और धुएं का गुब्बार यहाँ पर उठता जा रहा है। आगे भी अपडेट इस तरह से हम आपको लगातार देते रहेंगे। स्टूडियो का एक बार फिर से रुक कर लेते हैं। ओवर टू यू।
Well, many thanks, Monica, for joining us there and for that update. Let's switch focus now to other top stories that we are tracking. The 3-day-long restless protest against the Wrestlers Federation of India has been called off in a late-night conference. Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur said a consensus has been reached, an oversight committee and probe into allegations to be undertaken.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे।
It's a big victory for our heroes. WFI now made a toothless body for 4 weeks amid the serious allegations by wrestlers. Sports Ministry to form oversight committee. Another attack on the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal. Stones pelted, window panes broken. Remember, this is the third such attack on the Vande Bharat Express. Rapist Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh again granted 40 days parole. The latest parole to the rapist, who is serving a 20-year jail term for raping 2 of his disciples, comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra to be produced in the Patiala court. Today, remember, a day before, DGCA had slapped a 30 lakh rupees financial penalty on Air India. Additionally, Shankar Mishra has been banned from flying for 4 months. The Patiala House Court will hear the Nora Fatehi's defamation case filed against actor Jacqueline Fernandez. She will record her statement in the court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend All India Conference of Director Generals of Police at National Agricultural Science Complex in National Capital. About 100 invitees, including DGP of States and heads of Central Armed Police Forces, to attend. Election Commission of India seeks a report on clash between supporters of 2 political parties in West Tripura on January 18th. According to sources, the ECI has sought a report from the Director General of Police and Chief Secretary by 3 p.m. Another provocative remark by former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Kamal Nath. In a controversial statement, Kamal Nath has warned officers of the state that police officers and employees should listen with open ears, as there are elections after 8 months. In his statement, he warned and said, "Acha hisab liya jayega." Amid the continuing Russia-Ukraine war, Moscow now makes a massive claim. Russian Defense Minister says 2 Ukraine settlements captured by Russia. And in live and breaking, time for more breaking news that we are getting in Mumbai. Prime Minister Modi's security breach is to be probed. The man who impersonated NSG is to be questioned. The man tried to enter the BKC area secured for the Prime Minister. But to understand all the details and to get some context as well as perspective, I go across it to my colleague Alisha. Alisha, it's over to you to tell
Rukma, it's Mumbai police who has already arrested a man who was arrested right before 90 minutes before Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrival at the Bandra Kurla complex on Thursday when the person who tried to enter the high security VVIP zone claiming to be a Nayak from the guard regiment of the army. Not only this, but the person who has been identified as Rameshwar Mishra, who impersonated as a national security guard, and he was roaming around while the Mumbai police was following his moves for over 30 minutes, where he loitered in the area before trying to enter the secured area. Suspicious aroused as he wore an identity card of the National Security Guard issued to him, showing he was posted as a ranger, but Ladian Ribbon says that Delhi Police Security PM. Not only this, he also claimed that he's a guard of a regiment of the army, where the police is verifying this claim. But as I mentioned, that Mumbai police has followed his move as he trying to loiter in the area before trying to enter the secured area. He was wearing an identity card of NHG. Right after the suspicious, where the Mumbai police has taken him to the custody, when it has been came to a light that the ID which he was wearing was fake, after which a case has been registered and Rameshwar Mishra has been arrested under sections of 171, 465, 468 and 471 of the IPC. Mumbai police also produced him before the Bandra court, where the court remanded him to police custody till 24 January.
Many thanks, Alicia, for joining us there and for bringing us up to speed on that.
Thousands protested again in cities of Lima and Arequipa, demanding the resignation of President Dina Boluarte. In a bid to control the protest, police responded firing tear gas canisters. Protests in Lima are now larger since many demonstrations came the past days from remote regions, where dozens have died during a month of unrest. Besides Boluarte's resignation, the supporters of former President Pedro Castillo were demanding the dissolution of Congress and immediate elections. Castillo, Peru's first leader from a rural Andean background, was impeached after a failed attempt to dissolve Congress. Agency report for Republic TV.
And coming up in news that we are tracking, convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Also coming up, Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with Hisab Liya Jayega comment.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Why we see all these wrestlers who have gathered here, Sakshi Malik, Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, who are sitting right here, and more of these aspirants, these budding wrestlers who have gathered here in huge numbers, because it is really about their careers, their future. It is about the youth of our country. Senior wrestlers are saying that they are proud of these children who are raising their voices, who've come right here and who've had the courage to speak up against Brij Bhushan Sharan.
हो गया बस
Sir, you said it is a political vendetta. You are not replying. Are you condemning your son's act or not?
पूरा मेरा बेटा को पुलिस ने भिजाया में सरेंडर कर दिया. पुलिस वाला एक्शन लेंगे वो चीज पे नहीं.
मानते हैं कि नहीं कि वो गलत काम
आप पूरा देखने के बाद आप बताओ पहले.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy, gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, coming soon.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरी आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने
कि आपको 24 घंटे जो अनुराग बोले गए, जो न्यूज़ चल रही है वो सही है कि गलत?
क्या
24 घंटे की आपको रिजाइन
नहीं कोई
अंशु मलिक भी बोल रही है।
हो गया ना, जवाब दे दिए। अब आप ना जवाब दे चुके आपको। One clarification. Tejaswi, what do you have to say regarding this particular incident? Because now we are getting, responses from the aviation minister as well as from Mr. Annamalai as well. People want to know about your clarification. What exactly happened?
Regarding this issue, the airlines has already commented. DGCA has commented. The Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation himself has clarified and spoken about this. My co-passenger, who is the eyewitness to what happened, Shri Annamalai ji, he has spoken and clarified and narrated the factual matrix. Couple of other passengers who were also eyewitness to the incident have spoken to a couple of media houses, and they also have narrated the chain of events that took place and the truth that is in the matter. Therefore, there is no need for me to be speaking again on an issue which the opponents are trying to use as a political hit job and glorify it.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे।
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestler and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the Nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
हो गया बस
Sir, you said it is a political vendetta. You are not replying. Are you condemning your son's act or not?
पूरा मेरा बेटा को पुलिस ने भिजाया, में सरेंडर कर दिया। पुलिस वाला एक्शन लेंगे, वो चीज पे नहीं। आप पूरा देखने के बाद आप बताओ पहले।
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician.
It's 10:30 and here are the headlines. Big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus reached. Amidst grave allegations, WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole once again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with Hisab Liya Jayega comment. UK MP writes letter to the BBC boss, says timing sinister when India heads G20. Protest, violence, arson, complete mayhem ensues in Lima as anti-government protests continue. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you all the updates of Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is serving a sentence for rape and murder in Rohtak Suneria jail, and he was once again granted a 40-day parole on Friday itself. And the latest parole to Dera chief comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole as well. And these are the latest developments that we are tracking for you as far as the Dera chief is concerned. And of course, we had seen earlier as well the kind of parole that he had gotten. And once again, we are putting out the details of the Dera Sacha Sauda chief, who is out on parole for 40 days. And we had been getting to you the latest as far as the sentence of Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh is also concerned, and the kind of law and order situation the hearing of Gurmeet Ram Rahim had also created. But earlier as well, we had seen that Ram Rahim had been granted a parole, and once again he has been granted a 40-day parole on Friday itself. So this is a development from yesterday that we are putting out on your screens. And of course, we are also being given to understand that the latest parole to the Dera chief comes just 3 months after he was granted a similar parole earlier. And let me also bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's been on the ground tracking this story for us. He joins us via the phone line. Amandeep, tell us more about the kind of parole that has been granted to Dera chief, and not very different from the kind of sentence and the parole that he was granted earlier as well. Speak to us about the kind of legal arguments that took place that led to him being granted the parole as well.
Well, Priyanka, this is the prerogative of the state only, and in fact, Gurmeet Ram Rahim has filed an application to get the parole, and in fact giving the excuse that he has to attend a function. From our sources, we have learned on
25th of January, there is a birth anniversary of Shah Satnam Singh, who is the founder member of Dera Sacha Sauda. And even his birth anniversary was one of the prominent reasons why he was getting this parole. And in fact, without taking this into the consideration that Gurmeet Ram Rahim's parole may lead to some kind of law and order situation in the state the way it had earlier. And in fact, now the state government has already granted him the 40-day parole. And the most important point is, Priyanka, that what is the point that he has been getting so much facilitation from the side of Haryana government. On November 25, he just went back after 40-day parole. And even just before 3 months, again his 40-day parole has been granted to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. We spoke to Ranjit Chotala, jail minister. He said this is the prerogative of the local commissioner. The application came to me and I have forwarded the application to Divisional Commissioner of Rohtak. And further, Divisional Commissioner says that according to the jail manual rules, Gurmeet Ram Rahim was eligible for the parole, and that is the reason the parole has been granted to him for the 40 days. But what about those incidents due to which the entire chaos has been created in 2017 when Gurmeet Ram Rahim was convicted for rape and murder of his own sadhvis? What to those who lost their family members in that clash and the law and order situation, and in that entire episode that happened in the month of August in 2017, 35 people lost their life, and even there are certain kind of terror that is still sustaining in the minds of people in Panchkula who have witnessed very closely that situation. Everything has been brushed aside, but yes, for their own political motives, the Haryana government has given the 40-day parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim without taking this consideration that this might lead to law and order situation the way it had happened in 2017. And even, Priyanka, before
Himachal Assembly elections, Gurmeet Ram Rahim was on parole. He attended several his functions and addressed the people in multiple times, and even certain leaders has also folded hands before him and asking to give that Ashirwad for the elections as well. So this is the impact, and this parole is a clear-cut indication that Haryana government is empowering Gurmeet Ram Rahim once again to recreate his own clan, which was collapsed in last 5 years since he was behind the bars, since he was convicted for rape and murder cases. But this is very serious. It might lead to law and order situation. And what happened once again if Gurmeet Ram Rahim refused to come out of his own ashram? And will the Haryana government be able to recreate the entire scene, what had happened in 2017? It was a great impression of Gurmeet Ram Rahim, the way
That's
he has
right, Amandeep. You're breaking down some very important details as far as the parole of Gurmeet Ram Rahim is concerned. And of course, we will keep coming back to you for more updates. For the moment, slipping into another breaking update that we are picking up as well. And let us cut across to that as we get the details of what's really happening. And we're putting out the live images, in fact, once again, of the Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh, remember, who had been arrested after 24 hours of interrogation by the Enforcement Directorate officials, in fact, and they had arrested him today morning at 5 a.m. itself. And sources have, in fact, confirmed that there are several documents that have been seized from him in the TET scam that was being investigated by multiple agencies, and now, of course, the Enforcement Directorate, who had been looking into this entire matter. And we are putting out those images of the TMC Neta, who has now been placed under arrest, and trouble really mounting for the TMC Neta, since we are being told that there are various documents that are incriminating in nature that have also been seized by the authorities, which is why he was in fact being interrogated 24 hours, and after that he has now been placed under arrest. And let me also bring in my colleague Meenakshi, who's been on the ground tracking this story for us. Meenakshi, tell us more about these visuals that we're picking up now of the TMC Youth Congress leader as well, who had in fact also been implicated in this TET scam. And of course, we have also been told that various documents from his person had also been seized. So speak to us about those documentation, about the evidences that has been collected by the investigating authorities, namely the Enforcement Directorate in this case.
अभी हम जो देख रहे हैं अभी फर्स्ट विजुअल्स ऑफ टीएमसी नेताज अरेस्ट, जहाँ पे हम दिखा रहे हैं कि 24 आवर्स के इंटरोगेशन के बाद उनका अरेस्ट किया गया है। वो कुंतल घोष नाम है इनका, ये तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता है। और जो जाना जा रहा है कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता कुंतल घोष, उनके अगेंस्ट जो एलिगेशन थे कि 19 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने लिया था, 325 जो जॉब से लिए आए थे उनसे 325 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने लिया था। और इस बारे में उनको इंटरोगेशन किया गया था सीबीआई की तरफ से 2 दिन, वेडनेसडे को, थर्सडे को उनका इंटरोगेशन हुआ था। उसके बाद कल से हम देख रहे थे कि 24 घंटा ईडी उनके घर पे गई, वहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया और वहाँ से बहुत सारे पेपर्स उनको मिले हैं। कौन से पेपर्स मिले हैं? जिस पेपर्स में वहाँ पे जो जॉब के कैंडिडेट थे उनका एडमिट कार्ड मिला है, और एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का बहुत सारा पेपर्स मिला है। तो वो ईडी के तरफ से ये बोला जा रहा है कि उनके पास ऐसे पेपर्स कैसे आए। इस बारे में उनसे पूछा गया, कुंतल घोष से पूछा गया कि आपके पास, आपसे अगर एक तृणमूल कांग्रेस के आप नेता हुए, आपके पास ऐसे पेपर्स कैसे आया? तो उनका कोई जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे हैं वो कि उनके पास ऐसा पेपर्स कैसे आया। और उनके जो अभी तक जो इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है कि उनके पास पेपर्स और उनके जो संपत्ति है उसका क्या सोर्स है, इतने पैसे उन्होंने उनके पास कैसे आया, ये सब कुछ जानना चाहते हैं ईडी के जो ऑफिसर्स है।
Well, that's right, Meenakshi. What you're telling us essentially is the details of the entire investigation and the kind of implications that the investigating authorities like the Enforcement Directorate are looking into the role of the Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh, and of course the documents that had been seized from him as well, and how incriminating those documents had been, and how really the role of Kuntal Ghosh has also been determined by the investigating agencies in that overall investigation of the TET scam that was being done by Enforcement Directorate, earlier by the CBI as well. And now, of course, we have seen various high-profile names that had also come to light during the course of the investigation of the TET scam that was being looked into by the Enforcement Directorate. And now, of course, in the latest series of arrests that are being made by the Enforcement Directorate, we see that the Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh has also been placed under arrest. He was, of course, being interrogated for the last 24 hours and then was placed officially under arrest at 5 a.m. today. And, of course, we have also been told that there are various documents, incriminating documents that have been seized from him that have also helped decoding the entire scam of TET that was being looked into by the Enforcement Directorate as well. So all of those things will look into the larger scope of the investigation of the TET scam. But as of now, we are looking at the TMC leader under arrest. And let me bring in Meenakshi once again, who was on the ground tracking this story for us. She's joining us live now. Meenakshi, tell us more about the kind of incriminating documents that had been seized from the person of the TMC Youth Congress leader, and what really had been his role in this entire TET scam that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, Meenakshi.
जो हमसे अभी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है कि वेस्ट बंगाल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का जो पेपर्स है वो मिला गया है कुंतल घोष के घर से, और जो मैं बोल रही थी कि जिन लोगों के जॉब के लिए जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनके जो एडमिट कार्ड्स है वो भी उनके घर से मिला है। हम अभी विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ से हम लाइव दिखा रहे हैं कि तृणमूल नेता कुंतल घोष को उनको लेके जा रहे हैं ईडी ऑफिसर्स, और उनको रिपब्लिक ने पूछा कि आपको क्यों अरेस्ट किया गया, आपके घर से क्यों बरामद हुए पेपर्स, आपके घर से क्यों ऐसे पेपर्स मिले जो वेस्ट बंगाल एजुकेशन जो डिपार्टमेंट है उनका पेपर्स आपके घर से कैसे मिले। वो बोल रहे हैं रिपब्लिक के क्वेश्चन के आंसर में, मुझे तो पता नहीं मेरे घर में ऐसा क्यों आ गया, मुझे इस बारे में कुछ भी मालूम नहीं। ये कुंतल घोष का रिप्लाई है जो हम अभी एक्सक्लूसिव दिखाएंगे कि कुंतल घोष को जो क्वेश्चंस किया है रिपब्लिक के रिपोर्टर्स ने, उनसे पूछा है कि आपके घर से ऐसे कैसे बरामद हुए, आप तो बोल रहे हैं कि आपको कुछ भी पता नहीं। उनके लॉयर सुबह बात किया रिपब्लिक
नहीं बोलेगा हाइड हो जाए ना, आपने की टाका नहीं है ताले आपने कह रहे हाइड हो जाए ना, हाइड हो जाए
सुनाई दिया हमको कि रिपब्लिक के रिपोर्टर्स ने उनसे पूछा कि आपके घर से कैसे बरामद हुए वो पेपर्स, आपके घर में कैसे आए वो पेपर्स। वो बोल रहे हैं कि मुझे कुछ पता नहीं कि मेरे घर में ऐसे पेपर्स क्यों आए। वही तो क्वेश्चन है साहब कुंतल घोष जी, वही क्वेश्चन है आपसे कि आपके घर में ऐसे पेपर्स कैसे आए। आप तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता हैं, आपके घर से बरामद होते हैं वेस्ट बंगाल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के पेपर्स, आपके घर से बरामद होते हैं जो जॉब कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनके एडमिट कार्ड। तो जो एलिगेशंस हैं उनके बारे में कि 325 जो जॉब कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनसे उन्होंने 19 करोड़ रुपया लिया, ये जो एलिगेशंस है इस बारे में ही तो पूछने गए थे ईडी के ऑफिसर्स आपके घर में। आपसे क्वेश्चंस का कोई आंसर ही नहीं मिला। 24 घंटे तक आपके घर में सर्च ऑपरेशंस चलाए ईडी ऑफिसर्स ने, आपसे पूछा एक के बाद एक क्वेश्चन, आप बोल रहे हैं कि इस बारे में मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं, और आप एक बार एक आंसर देते हैं तो दूसरी बार आंसर को चेंज करके दूसरे आंसर देते हैं। इसलिए ईडी ऑफिसर्स ने उन लोगों को ऐसा लगा कि इनको अरेस्ट करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनके पास बहुत सारे इंफॉर्मेशंस है जो इस जॉब स्कैम के बारे में हेल्प करेगी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में। क्योंकि सीबीआई ने भी उनको इंटरोगेट किया था 2 दिन पहले, वेडनेसडे को किया था, थर्सडे को किया था, और उनको भी ऐसा लगा कि उनके पास बहुत सारे इंफॉर्मेशन होगा। क्यों किया था उनको इंटरोगेशन, क्योंकि तापस मंडल बोल के जो मानिक भट्टाचार्य उनके जो क्लोज है तापस मंडल जो एक बिजनेसमैन है, उन्होंने एलिगेशंस लगाया है ये कुंतल घोष के बारे में कि उनके बीएड कॉलेजेस हैं और इस बीएड कॉलेजेस के थ्रू वो पैसा लेते थे इनसे, जॉब कैंडिडेट से, और बोलते थे कि हम आपको नौकरी करवा देंगे। ऐसे उन्होंने 19 करोड़ के पैसे लिए और उनका जो अभी फ्लैट्स है, उनका जो अभी संपत्ति का जो हिसाब है वो भी देख रहे हैं ईडी के ऑफिसर्स, इसका सोर्स कहाँ है, कहाँ से मिला उनको इतना पैसा। वही वो 24 घंटे सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाने के बाद उनसे पूछे कि आपके पास ऐसा पैसा कैसे आया, ऐसा जो आपका संपत्ति है वो कैसे आया। इन बारे में भी कुंतल घोष कुछ नहीं बोल पाए। वो बोल रहे हैं कि जो बोलेंगे मेरे लॉयर्स बोलेंगे। लॉयर्स से रिपब्लिक ने बात की सुबह, जब लॉयर्स को पूछा गया कि 24 घंटे से उनका इंट्रोडक्शन चल रहा है, सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, उनको डिटेन किया गया था सुबह, उसके बाद उनको अरेस्ट किया गया, आपके पास क्या खबर है। लॉयर्स ने कहा मेरे पास तो कुछ खबर ऐसा नहीं है, अरेस्ट के बारे में मैंने कुछ नहीं जानता, मैं नहीं जानता उनके डिटेन के बारे में, लेकिन जो पेपर्स उनके घर से बरामद हुए हैं वो कौन से पेपर्स है। लॉयर को क्वेश्चन किया गया था, रिपब्लिक की तरफ से एक्सक्लूसिव वो बाइट है हमारे पास, जो उनसे पूछा गया कि पेपर्स कहाँ से मिले। उन्होंने बोला, लॉयर्स ने उन्होंने बोला कि हमें अभी तक खबर नहीं है कि उनके घर से कोई भी papers.
As of course you're breaking down some very important details as far as the investigation into this entire TET scam is also concerned. We have of course seen very known faces of the TMC and the close aides of Mamata Banerjee as well, who have been called in for questioning and they have been interrogated, and of course that also includes some of the names that you have also taken as far as the TMC leadership is concerned, that had been called in for questioning, leading to which now we are seeing that the TMC Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh has also been arrested. And here's some news in brief. Mega crackdown on PFI continues in Kerala after High Court ultimatum to state government and PFI. At least 66 properties of PFI members across 14 districts has been confiscated. More trouble for Trinamool Youth Congress leader Kuntal Ghosh in the TET scam. After 24 hours of interrogation, ED officials arrested the TMC leader and seized several documents from him. Another hit-and-run case reported in Bengaluru. A car rammed into a bike and escaped from the spot. The biker was thrown off his bike and fell a few feet away. The biker has suffered minor injuries and has also been admitted to a hospital. In a mega crackdown on the narco terror in Punjab, an international drug scam was busted by the NCB today. At least 34 kg of drug was recovered and 66 liquor vendor, in fact, was also seen. In a big lead in the Bharatiya Janata Party's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Neteru's murder case, the National Investigation Agency has filed a charge sheet against the 20 PFI members. Now, after a massive controversy on the Indigo flight scare case, BJP MP Tejaswi Surya was confronted by Republic. Evading our questions, he said that don't politicize and glorify the incident.
Regarding this issue, the airlines has already commented, DGCA has commented, the Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation himself has clarified and spoken about this. My co-passenger, who is the eyewitness to what happened, Shri Annamalai ji, he has spoken and clarified and narrated the factual matrix. Couple of other passengers who were also eyewitness to the incident have spoken to a couple of media houses, and they also have narrated the chain of events that took place and the truth that is in the matter. Therefore, there is no need for me to be speaking again on an issue which the opponents are trying to use as a political hit job and glorify it.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will visit Bihar on February 22nd to take part in the Swami Sajanand Saraswati Jayanti Samaroh, and Shah will also address the farmers during this visit. Difficulties continue to increase in the Joshimath due to the snowfall and the work of demolition of the buildings that has stopped. Moreover, in the latest development, cracks have developed in 14 more new buildings and the water leakage has also increased. Lately, an attempt was made to demolish the temple near the BJP office in Rewa by the JCB, after which the people of Bajrang Sena reached the spot and protested against it. And there is no end to the Bengaluru civic apathy. Another road was caved in, but no action has been taken by the Bengaluru civic authorities. And meanwhile, anger among the residents mounted over the civic body's inaction. Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how it's a big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. And also getting you updates of how the Congress leader Kamal Nath has stoked a fresh controversy with Hisab Liya Jayega comment.
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, coming soon.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरी आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Right now we are at Chhatrasal Stadium, and what we have got to know from the wrestlers who are training here at Chhatrasal Stadium, from where these big wrestler and athletes Bajrang Punia, Ravi Daya have practiced and have gone to the Nationals and played Olympics. Now we are learning that all these wrestlers will be participating the dharna which is going on at Jantar Mantar, and they all will be participating, and they have said that their movement is today in support with Bajrang Punia and with other athletes and wrestlers.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India...
A pre-budget look at the economy. A SWOT analysis on the Indian economy. Gauging the present and future outlooks. Economists, thinkers, policymakers decode the India story. The Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series.
A massive tragedy was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received at 9 a.m. in the morning. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit. However, the fire tenders had rushed to spot, and they could manage to stop the fire from spreading. As you can see around, the smokes are still coming out. The operation is underway to douse every possible fire, every possible object that could have caught fire. Outside, there are about 8 to 9 fire tenders who had rushed at spot. The situation right now is under control. As I said, a massive tragedy has been averted in the national capital here at Connaught Place, where at 9 a.m. in the morning there was a fire call that was received, and so far what we're getting to know that it was a close shave and no injuries have been reported so far. However, it was a very, very close shave where due to short circuit this fire was reported. This is Tanisha Avasthi with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, bringing you updates on the other side of how amidst grave allegations, the WFI now made a toothless body for the next 4 weeks. And also getting you updates of how the Congress leader Kamal Nath has stoked a fresh controversy with the Hisab Liya Jayega comment.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर। लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ सर।
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहां मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने बैनर, उन्होंने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आंख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की जमीन पे, ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वांट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज टू बी टेकन ऑफ।
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा।
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे।
It's a big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole, once again out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with everything will be accounted for comment. ED news tightens in the Bengal cash for jobs scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh arrested after raids and drilling. UK MP writes a letter to BBC boss, says timing is sinister when India heads the G20. Protest, violence, arson, complete mayhem ensues in Lima as anti-government protests continue. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you the updates of what's really happening with Kamal Nath, who in a controversial statement in fact had warned the officers of the state that the police officers and employees should listen with open ears as there are elections after 8 months. And he says, "Acha hisab liya jayega." And the BJP, in fact, now we are learning, has hit back once again against Kamal Nath and has condemned the kind of statements that Kamal Nath has now made with respect to the hisab rakha jayega comment that he has made. Let's also listen in to what the BJP had to say on this jibe that was made by Kamal Nath.
Once again, the former CM and tall leader of Congress Party Kamal Nath ji has shown and displayed his undemocratic emergency mindset when he openly threatened officers, police officers, administration from a Sarvajanik Manch and said that they must remember that only 8 months are left for the elections and that sabka hisab liya jayega. This is not the first time Kamal Nath ji has tried to intimidate the officers, police officers and administration. In August 2021 also, he made similar statements. We also remember the Aag Laga Doge video. This kind of mindset only betrays that this is not Mohabbat ki dukaan, this is Dhamki ki dukaan of Congress Party. Congress Party has always believed in emergency mindset, in intimidation, in revenge and vendetta politics, and this is what they are exactly displaying even in Madhya Pradesh.
And now viewers, let's also listen in to that controversial remark by Kamal Nath that has in fact triggered a political uproar now as to what Kamal Nath had to say.
और मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, याद रखिए 8 महीनों में चुनाव है, डरिएगा मत, आक्रमण रहिएगा, अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीनों में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे। और सब कर्मचारी और पुलिस के लोग समझ सुन ले, कान खोल के सुन ले कि अच्छा हिसाब उनका लिया जाएगा।
And let me also bring in my colleague Tanisha, who's been on the ground reporting on this story. Tanisha, tell us more about the kind of statements that have been made by Kamal Nath and the kind of ramifications and the reactions that we're getting from the BJP now, who has come out and condemned the kind of statements that Kamal Nath had been making, looking at the elections right around the corner. And he has, of course, also made a mention of the elections, that there are only 8 months to the elections. What did he really mean to say? Where was he addressing this particular rally where he has made those comments?
Well, Priyanka, right now what Kamal Nath is trying to do, we just heard his bite. What he's trying to do is he's trying to harbor a feeling of vengeance. A feeling of vengeance in the state of Madhya Pradesh that will go to polls in just few months. About 8 months is when the state of Madhya Pradesh will go into elections. Remember, it was the mayor polls that the Congress has won. Now, in regard with the assembly elections that is going to come this year, it will set a base for the 2024 polls. And hence, this was the statement that was made by Congress leader Kamal Nath in Newari in Madhya Pradesh, where he had threatened and fear-mongered the police officers. And remember, this is not the first time that he's doing it. It was back in August 27, 2021, when he had threatened the cops, saying that soon after elections get over, all of your files will be
Tanisha,
open. And
sorry
then
to cut you short and requesting you to stay on with us, Tanisha, as I also welcome Majinder Singh Sirsa on the broadcast. Mr. Sirsa, if I could come to you over the kind of statements that Kamal Nath has been making, and of course the kind of references that he's making of the elections as well, that there are only 8 months to go for the elections, and of course he is also saying that you need to keep your eyes and ears open. What do you think he really means by saying that? Is he trying to set a tone for the elections already, trying to take on the BJP, and what is the first reaction of the BJP to this kind of a statement from Kamal Nath?
No, first of all, we condemned in the strongest possible words. Reason means ये threaten करना एक सरकारी अफसर को, एक नौकरी में जो आदमी अपना काम कर रहा है, मेट दिया लॉ एंड ऑर्डर या वैसे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का काम कर रहा है, उनको धमकियां देना, और ये धमकियां को कांग्रेस की नई नहीं है। ये आदमी कमलनाथ वो है जिसने 1984 में बेगुनाह लोगों को यहाँ दिल्ली में मरवाया, तो उसके बाद पुलिस को धमकाया, केस खुलने नहीं दिए, उसके बाद कोर्ट में गए, भी लोगों ने लड़ाई लड़ी, उसके बाद कमीशन बैठे, उनमें इसका नाम आया सामने। इन लोगों को धमकियां देकर डराकर सत्ता हासिल करने की आदत पड़ी हुई है। इनको लगता है कि अब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन धमका सकते हैं, लोग डरेंगे, कल को हम सीएम बनेंगे, हम लोगों को जेल में डाल सकते हैं। ये तरह की मानसिकता को लेकर कांग्रेस चलती है। ये कांग्रेस की कोई नई मानसिकता नहीं है, पिछले 30-40 सालों से बस इतना ही बदलाव हुआ, लीडरशिप बदली है, मानसिकता नहीं बदली। ये जो इनकी सोच है, ये बिल्कुल दर्शाती है कि किस तरह से आम आदमी को ट्रीट करते होंगे जब ये इतने बड़े अफसर किस तरह से ट्रीट करते हैं, धमकियां देकर सत्ता हासिल करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जो कि अब टाइम बदल गया है, इनका वक्त नहीं रहा। अब इनको सोचना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है पुलिस को इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, ऐसी धमकियां जो दे रही है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन।
All right. Thank you, Majinder Singh Sirsa, for speaking to us and sharing your perspective on the kind of statements that we are tracking for you viewers coming in from Kamal Nath. And let's once again listen into what Kamal Nath really had to say and where he has made that controversial comment that has in fact sparked this kind of a controversy and the political war of words that have broken out.
और मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, याद रखिए 8 महीनों में चुनाव है, डरिएगा मत, आक्रमण लड़िएगा, अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीनों में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे। और सब कर्मचारी और पुलिस के लोग समझ सुन ले, कान खोल के सुन ले कि अच्छा हिसाब उनका लिया जाएगा।
And cutting across to some more breaking updates that we're putting out on your screens now, viewers, where airport sources have informed that an Azure Air chartered flight that had taken off from Russia's Perm International Airport and was en route to Goa had received a security threat. And following this, the flight was in fact diverted to Uzbekistan. And we are learning that a total of 238 passengers, including 2 infants and 7 crew members, in fact, were on board. Remember, second such scare of a flight that had taken off from Russia and was en route to Goa. Second such flight that has received a security threat. And of course, we had earlier also seen that another flight that had seen that there was a call of explosive and bombs that were on board of the flight earlier that had also then been routed to Jamnagar. Of course, that threat was found to be hoax as well. Let me also bring in my colleague Ankit, who's joining me live from the Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, speak to us more about the kind of flight that has now been intercepted and the flight that in fact we were learning that was another security threat that was being reported on board of the flight, and this flight in fact now we're learning was diverted to Uzbekistan as well. Could you tell some more details to our viewers about this flight and the security threat that was being talked about?
Absolutely, I can, Priyanka, and it is eerily similar
to the flight that you had tracked that had landed in Gujarat just a couple of days ago. This is again the same flight company. We are told it's Azure Air once again. It's a chartered flight the same way, but not like small chartered planes. This is a Boeing 757, it appears, with 238 people on board. This is winter in Russia. A lot of chartered planes take Russians by the hordes to Goa. And as per what flight radar is telling us, if we have this flight right, this plane, when it discovered it had a security threat, it was somewhere over Pakistan, and it appears to have done, according to the flight radar, it appears to have flown over Pakistan, done a couple of loops, and then decided to go back up north and land in Uzbekistan. That is what we can tell you. It's landed at an airport very close to the border between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan. It had taken off from the Perm International Airport in Russia. That is an airport that is somewhere to the center of Russia. Russia, of course, the vastest country in the world. It had taken off from Perm Airport. It was flying towards Goa, and it made its way all the way to interior Pakistan, where it appears to have decided that it cannot continue anymore, and it flew back to Uzbekistan. It was a flight that took off at 4:27 p.m. or so. We are told a local time. That is in Perm. We'll wait for confirmation on this. It was traveling a total distance of 4,949 kilometers. What it really flew, that we'll await to see if this is indeed the right plane. But it discovered a security threat on board, and it had to circle back and has now landed in Uzbekistan. So it is eerily, again, Priyanka, similar to the flight that had landed in Gujarat just a couple of days ago. The carrier is also the same. It's estimated to have just about the same number of people on board. We don't quite yet know what Russia found out about the threat that was made to the previous aircraft. Now there is another one. 238 passengers were on board. There were 2 infants and 7 crew members, according to airport sources. This is what we can tell you. It's an Azure Air flight.
Well, of course,
Ankit,
as you mentioned this earlier as well, the similarities, of course, if you could point out for our viewers whether or not this is the same flight earlier that had also reported a bomb threat that was on board, and then, of course, it was found to be hoax. The flight had been landed in Jamnagar airport, and, of course, there was security protocols that had been followed. So as of now, in this particular flight, A, if you could confirm if this is the same flight, and B, the kind of security threat that has been reported, is it another case of explosive being reported on board of the flight? And if so, what are the security measures that are now being taken in Uzbekistan?
So last time it was a flight from Moscow to the Goa airport. This time it's from a different source, also from Russia, but from a smaller place more in the interior of Russia, called Perm. Still, there are a lot of people who were on board this plane as well, 238 people. So while one would think, because it's a chartered plane, that it is a small plane, it's the kind of plane that ferries maybe a couple of dozen people, it's not. It's a chartered Boeing 757 is what we've understood, a large plane, a full-size plane. And so it was carrying all these people from Moscow, from Perm in Russia, to Goa, where they come and they spend a lot of time, and they see the rest of India as well, because it's winter over there and it's much warmer climates over here. The beaches are very nice. So a lot of Russian tourists come this time of year, which is why it's not a scheduled plane. It's a chartered plane. It only flies seasonally. It's again the same airline. That is a matter of concern, because it was the Azure Air charter that was last time hit with this threat, and again it is an Azure Air plane as well. It appears to only seem to happen to a flight running this route, which is something that the Russian authorities may want to figure out the reason why. Last time, fortunately, it turned out after checks, after they had deboarded all the passengers, that there was no bomb threat on board. It was a hoax. And then the next day, we remember how the plane took off and then landed in Goa. But it must have been a harrowing experience for the passengers aboard that plane. This time, it needs to be seen once we have confirmation of precisely which aircraft it was. Our sources are telling us that it was a particular aircraft that appears to have flown south from Perm. It was crossing the Central Asian countries. It eventually took a flight path down through Pakistan. It was taking a long route, flying over the entire Pakistani mainland, at which point it did a number of loops over there, and then it flew back up north into Uzbekistan. And so at a airport, and we are yet to learn of the name of the airport and precise specifications, but on the border between Uzbekistan
well, of course,
and
Ankit,
Afghanistan.
some more details that are pouring in, and if we could just divulge it to our viewers as you also speak to us about the kind of timeline and the series of events that took place. Now, of course, this is a statement coming in from an official who has stated that it was the flight, in fact, had been diverted after an email was received at 12:30 a.m. by the Dublin Airport director that mentioned that a bomb, in fact, was being planted on the plane, is something that is now being said. This is, of course, about the flight that was en route from Moscow to Goa, and that was the flight that had been diverted to Uzbekistan, as we are telling the details of this flight, Ankit, to our viewers as well. And of course, we have a confirmation as far as the threat that was issued, as far as the safety of this flight is concerned, and that threat, in fact, was issued via an email. Since we are being told by the authorities that we see that the threat that of explosives on board that had been also made, a similar threat that had been made in the earlier flight that was en route from Moscow to Goa, that had, of course, been also stopped there in the Jamnagar airport as well. And now once again we see this kind of a security threat that is also entailing in this particular flight that was en route from Russia to Goa. And of course, now we're being told that the passengers will also be frisked, and as per the protocols, the security checks will be carried out of all of the passengers and also the aircraft as well. And Ankit, if I could come to you once again, as far as updates are concerned, if you could speak to our viewers about what are the security protocols that are being followed now that the plane has deplaned there in Uzbekistan, and as per the protocol, will the passengers be frisked as was the case in the earlier flight that had been stopped at the Jamnagar airport?
Most definitely the protocol is likely to be very similar. I mean, before deciding to land at a particular airport, an emergency landing, the flight operators need to check whether the airport has the kind of runway and the kind of infrastructure that can deal with this kind of threat. Last time you'll remember that the flight landed in Jamnagar and then it was taken to a place where it was sequestered. It was not kept with the other aircraft. It was taken to a place where if there is something on board, that the authorities have the time and space to deal with it. All the passengers will be deboarded. They will conduct checks on their bodies and in persons. They will check the luggage. They will go on board. They will check the aircraft. It's various electronic areas. It's baggage spaces. Its entire fuselage and things of that nature. And it is very likely that there will be some amount of wait time before the passengers can be sent back on board. That is, if the flight is cleared, and once it is once again ready for takeoff, it will have to be refueled as well. And so there is probably a long protocol in place, which is a standard international protocol, which is followed everywhere in case of emergencies of this nature before the flight can be declared ready to take off once again. Priyanka.
Well, of course, these are some of the details, of course, Ankit, that we are putting out for our viewers on our screens as well, as far as the security threat to this flight is also concerned. And let me also bring in Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who's joining us over the phone line on the broadcast. Sir, if I could come to you over the kind of security threat that we are seeing once again in this flight that was en route from Russia to Goa once again. And eerily similar details that are coming to light from an earlier flight as well that had been deplaned there in Jamnagar airport. But this time around, the flight is now, of course, in Uzbekistan. Speak to us a little bit about the security protocols that will now have to be followed, since now there is a threat that has been issued over the security of this aircraft and the security of the passengers as well.
The security of the passengers is, of course, paramount, and flight safety is also paramount, as you know. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yes. The security is paramount. Now, the flight has been diverted to Uzbekistan because of bomb threat. So, obviously, there is some faction which is very keen to carry out this threats. Now, why they are keen to carry out the threat, whether it is a political reason or whether it is just somebody playing truant or whatever the case may be, that has to be investigated. But if the flight was Goa-bound, obviously there are a lot of Indian citizens in that. But it is a duty of Indian authorities to now assist the Uzbek authorities and tell them that this incident has taken place. Uzbeks are fully ready for receiving this flight, and they will receive the flight as per the protocol. Uzbek commandos will be ready. Their first aid group will be ready. The firefighting and fire tender will be ready. Bomb disposal units will be ready. All will be ready to carry out their series of activities which will now take place. The aircraft, after landing, will be taken to a safe place, cordoned off, and thereafter the ATC will talk to the pilot, and if there are terrorists on board, then probably they will have to be spoken to by an official negotiator who would want to know what they want. Are they very serious, or are they wanting their political requirements, or whatever the case may be. And if the local authorities decide that the terrorists have to be overcome, they may carry out a commando raid. Or if the bomb threat is a fake, then they will still have to offload the passengers, take them to a safe place.
Well, sir, it also becomes a very important security aspect of things because, of course, as you are also pointing out, that this is the second such case of the flight that was bound from Russia to Goa, where this kind of a bomb threat has been issued of the aircraft. Of course, the earlier threat had turned out to be a hoax, but this one, as you're pointing out, that the security protocol, of course, will also have to be followed. But isn't this a serious cause of concern that this has happened not for the first time, for the second time now, that another flight that was inbound from Russia to Goa specifically, that another bomb threat that has been issued? And does this not require a further investigation, sir?
It requires investigation. It is a third incident. One was which refused to land. The threat was issued, conveyed by the Pakistan Lahore ATC. You must understand they went to China. So this is the third such incident, and a proper international body must investigate. But the group of countries, all the involved in this area, nothing stops India, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. They all get together now and form a sort of a protocol, from SOP, to be catered on to mutually help each other, because this is a very, very security prone area. I mean, security hazard area. So this aspect has to be seen. The civil aviation authorities of these countries must get together and now sort it out along with the national security agencies.
True. That's right, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective as far as the second case of such a security threat that is also that is coming to light now, viewers, of another flight that was en route from Russia to Goa. Once again, a security threat that has come to light, and of course the plane has now landed in Uzbekistan, where the security checks will be going on. Let me once again bring in my colleague Ankit, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, speak to us more if there are any updates that you can share with our viewers as far as the security is concerned, because we had been speaking about the protocol, and if we have any updates as far as the authorities there in Uzbekistan are concerned, and what are the protocols that they are following as of now? Where is the plane that is being kept? Is it being kept away from the other planes, as was the case in Jamnagar airport as well, Ankit?
So, I mean, we have the answers to some of those questions. It is believed that the plane is an Azure Air AZ2463, and we pulled up the flight radar for that. As you can see, it took off from Russia. This is the Perm airport is what it says, and then it flew southwards and it was supposed to go all the way down here till Goa. However, around Pakistan and Afghanistan, it did a couple of loops. Then this is where one can imagine that the security threat was identified. It then went north again, and around here, this is Uzbekistan and this is Afghanistan, and around here, just north of the Afghan border, is where this plane is said to have landed. It was supposed to land in Goa, Priyanka. Early this morning at about 5 a.m. is when it was supposed to land. However, it clearly didn't do that. So if it did follow this flight path, and if it is the schedule that we are anticipating, then it's probably been in Uzbekistan for a little while now. It's probably been there for a couple of hours now. So we should probably hear in just a little while whether or not the Uzbekistan authorities have an update for us, whether or not this was a real threat or something really to worry about. But clearly, because there were 38 people on board, it is a matter of grave concern, and this is a flight path route from Russia to Goa that has now, in just the space of 1 week, been hit by 2 bomb threats. From what we are hearing, from what our sources are telling us, it was an email threat received at the Goa airport, and it was then that this flight appears to have been diverted. So we await really to find out whether or not there was anything suspicious found on board. But you can be sure that the Uzbek authorities, the air handlers at the airport where it has landed, are taking the correct protocols and checks, Priyanka.
Right. Well, absolutely, Ankit. Of course, a cause of concern as far as the security of the passengers and the security of the aircraft, of course, is also concerned, since this is the second flight where a bomb threat is also being reported from. Of course, we will be on top of the story. We will be bringing all the updates to our viewers as far as the security protocol that will be followed is also concerned, and the updates on the bomb threat that was issued on this aircraft. Slipping into a short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how the convicted rapist Ram Rahim has been granted parole once again, out for 40 days this time. And also getting you updates of how the ED News titans in Bengal cash for job scam, as TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh has been arrested after raids and grilling.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन आप मुझे
Republic 48.3%, 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
The headlines at this hour: convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh controversy with everything will be accounted for comment. Azur Air Goa-bound flight from Russia diverted to Uzbekistan after security alert for a second time in 11 days. ED News Titans in Bengal Cash for Jobs scam team's leader Kuntal Ghosh arrested after raids and grilling.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हो या बाकी हो, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे।
Well, we are joined with Haryana Jail Minister Ranjit Singh Chautala with us, and in fact we will raise certain questions. Sir, गुरमीत राम रहीम को 40 दिन की पैरोल दे दी गई है, किस ग्राउंड्स पे दी गई है?
देखिए, हमने नहीं दी, हमारा काम है जेल मंत्रालय का। हमारे पास जब भी कोई सेशन जज या हाई कोर्ट का जज किसी की सज़ा करते हैं तो वो लिख के भेजते हैं कि इस आदमी को इतने दिन और इतने महीने, इतने साल, इतने दिन की सज़ा है, आप इसे जेल में रखेंगे, बिना परमिशन के बाहर नहीं जाएगा। उसके बाद जो जेल में रहते हैं उन्हें अपना अधिकार है, वो हमसे अपनी एप्लीकेशन मूव करते हैं पैरोल के लिए या फरलो के लिए। हम उसे कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी को भेज देते हैं, डिसाइड वो करते हैं। जब वो करके भेज देते हैं कि आप इन्हें भेज दें तो हम उन्हें बाहर, हमारा काम है खाली उसकी जेल में उसकी रखवाली करना, उसका खाना पीना देखना, उसकी सेहत देखना, और जब भी उसकी मुलाकात हो घर भेज देना। हम कहीं ना, हम कोर्ट है ना सरकार है, हमारा खाली जेल मंत्रालय तक सीमित है।
जो आपको एप्लीकेशन जेल डिपार्टमेंट को उसने दी कि मुझे पैरोल चाहिए 40 दिन की, उसमें क्या ग्राउंड्स दिए गए? क्योंकि वो एप्लीकेशन तो आपके पास आई है ना।
डिविजनल कमिश्नर को भेज दिए, जब डिसाइड वो करते हैं तो हम इस पर नहीं देखते, उसका आया था ना, वो उन्हें कोई बताने की जरूरत, सुप्रीटेंडेंट जेल जो है वो भेज देता है। उन्होंने डिविजनल कमिश्नर को भेज दी, डिविजनल कमिश्नर के यहाँ से ऑर्डर लिख के आ गया, जब उनके यहाँ से डीएम को जाता है, डीएम बेल बॉन्ड भरवा के हमें रिलीज ऑर्डर भेज देता है, तो हम उसे कर देते हैं।
तो जेल से ये भी पूछा जाता है कि इस जो प्रिजनर का कॉन्डक्ट कैसा है अंदर, क्या ये पैरोल पे भेजने लायक है? तो उसमें जेल डिपार्टमेंट ने क्या जवाब?
तो हम बता देते हैं कि हमारे पास जो भी उनका अब तक रहा है, कभी भी उन्होंने नहीं, अब जैसे जेल में वापस आएंगे तब भी जैसे एयरपोर्ट पे चेकिंग होती है, हाथ यूं करके वो इस तरीके से खड़े हो जाते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं नहीं हमारी कस्टडी में आप चलो, कहते हैं नहीं आपका जो है वो मैं फॉलो करूंगा, आप ज़रा देखिए। उनका अब तक जेल में कंडक्ट ठीक रहा है, कभी भी कोई हमें 1% भी कभी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। जब भी पैरोल पे गए टाइम से आगे, समय से पहले आते रहे, तो हमारी तरफ से कोई इस तरीके का नहीं है।
तो चौटाला साहब, रीज़न क्या दिया गया? क्योंकि उस एप्लीकेशन को आपने भी पढ़ा होगा ना कि किन ग्राउंड्स पे, क्योंकि अभी गुरमीत राम रहीम की नवंबर में पैरोल ख़त्म होती है 40 दिन की, और फिर जनवरी में वो दोबारा से पैरोल मांगते हैं। कुछ ना कुछ ग्राउंड ऐसा दिया होगा।
उसमें हम नहीं देखते, ये केवल कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी डिसाइड करती है। मैंने आपसे ये बात क्लियर करी, उसमें हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं। हम उसे फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं, उनकी एप्लीकेशन आती है, हम फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं, जब उनका फैसला होकर में आ जाता है हम छोड़ देते हैं।
मतलब आगे सरकार डिसाइड करती है, डिविजनल कमिश्नर डिसाइड करते हैं,
डिविजनल कमिश्नर करते हैं, वो गवर्नमेंट ही होती है, डिविजनल कमिश्नर डिसाइड करता है, और वो डिसाइड करके डीसी को, जो डीएम होते हैं, उन्हें अपने ऑर्डर भेज देते हैं। डीएम ऑर्डर उनकी बेल बॉन्ड भरवा के हमें रिलीज ऑर्डर वो भेजते हैं, तो हम रिलीज कर देते हैं।
चौटाला साहब, आप भी सरकार में मंत्री हैं, कि आपको नहीं लगता कि 2017 में जो हुआ था उसके बाद से बार बार गुरमीत राम रहीम को पैरोल देनी, दोबारा से ऐसा कभी वाक्य हो सकता है? क्योंकि
आज तक जब से हुआ है तब से कोई घटना भी नहीं, कहीं कुछ भी पत्ता भी नहीं हिला। सरकार होती है, सरकार को अपने आप पे विश्वास होता है। अगर यूं तरीके से घटनाओं से सरकार घबराए तो कब, चाहे बाबा रामपाल का था चाहे इसका था, सरकार ने अपने तरीके से हैंडल कर लिया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। जब उन्हें अरेस्ट करने थे कर दिया मैंने दोनों को।
लेकिन हीनियस क्राइम में बार बार पैरोल देनी भी सरकार को ये लगता है कि
छोटी देती है, आप उनसे पूछे, हमारा काम नहीं है।
लेकिन आप भी सरकार का हिस्सा हैं चौटाला साहब।
का हिस्सा हूँ, पर जब हमें ये चीज़ डिस्कशन पे आएंगे तब इसे देखेंगे। जब हमारे पास है नहीं डिस्कशन, हमारा जेल मंत्रालय का, मैं आपने जेल मंत्रालय का पूछा, उसका मैंने आपसे जवाब दे दिया।
तो आपसे सरकार में ना तो डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने कोई इस बारे में डिस्कशन की, ना ही मुख्यमंत्री ने, ना या सरकार के किसी भी हिस्से
वो करेंगे तो होम मिनिस्टर से करेंगे। होम मिनिस्टर का रोल आता है, उनकी जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात होती है तो उनसे करते हैं, हमसे कोई डिस्कशन नहीं गए।
तो आपकी तरफ से जो एप्लीकेशन आई उसको फॉरवर्ड कर दिया गया और आगे उसका जो
कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी थे उन्होंने उन्हें बेल दे दी और बेल देने के बाद हमें उनके रिलीज ऑर्डर आएंगे तो हम रिलीज कर देंगे।
शुक्रिया। So here we can listen that a set procedure from the side of the jail department was followed by the jail minister, and in fact that application was forwarded to divisional commissioner, and that was the prerogative of divisional commissioner to either give the parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim or to cancel his parole or to refuse his parole's application. So now the government jail minister himself is clarifying this situation, that he has no role in deciding the parole in this of Gurmeet Ram Rahim for 40 days. Yes.
So Ranjit Singh Chautala, jail minister, Haryana jail minister, is with my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, we were just listening into that conversation, and clearly he evades all responsibility. One question that you asked very correctly: as a minister, he is also part of the government that has allowed Ram Rahim to roam scot-free, at least for 40 days. We saw what he did the last time around. That's the question that should be on everybody's mind. What about the opposition in the state? Have they sounded out regarding this issue?
Well, Rukma, every single political party is remained silent and not objecting to any kind of parole to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Even before this, he was granted 40-day parole, and in fact, even then, no political party came forward and in fact opposed the parole, or they are giving the statement against Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Just because for every political party, he is a biggest vote bank in the state of Haryana, and even no political party want to lose this entire vote bank, and even ahead of elections as well. And that is the reason from even before Himachal elections, he has been granted 40-day parole, and now he also has been granted 40-day parole. And this is the prerogative of the divisional commissioner and the government, either to give him the parole or not. And in fact, this time again, he has granted the parole. But either Congress or BJP or Aam Aadmi Party, every single political party is keeping their eye on the vote bank of Dera Sacha Sauda, so that at least in 2024 assembly elections and even 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the vote bank of Dera Sacha Sauda should be inclined towards them, and that is the reason he is getting so much of facilitation from the side of the government, and even no questioning from the side of the opposition. They remain silent on this, and even certain political parties are saying that if he is eligible to getting the parole, the procedure should be followed. That's it. That is the only single line. But everybody is forgetting the incident that happened in 2017 in the month of August, that what had happened when he was convicted by the CBI court in the rape and murder case. Yes, Rukma.
Right, Amandeep, well, you keep your eyes on that story. So big breaking news coming in now, even as we are hearing about the release on 40 days parole of Dera Sacha Sauda chief, who's convicted of rape and murder for 20 years. He is to be free for 40 days on parole. That's been granted by the government, the DC of Haryana, and Amandeep there on the ground covering that story in conversation with Haryana Jail Minister a short while back.
NIA has filed a charge sheet in the Praveen Nettaru case where Praveen Nettaru, a BJP Yuva Morcha member, was murdered in his native in Bellare on the 26th of July in 2022, and this has created a lot of ripple now. Charge sheet has been filed against 20 people now, out of which 16 people have been taken into custody by the NIA, and they have been booked under criminal conspiracy as well as murder too, and they have also been charged under several sections of the Indian Penal Code as well. Now the NIA had also gone on to announce a cash reward of 5 lakh rupees for the prime accused Masood as well as Kodaje Mohammad Sharif too. In the charge sheet, it mentions out to three important things, mainly the fact that they wanted to create communal hatred in the region, region. They wanted to disturb the law and order and the peace in the region. And apart from that, they wanted to disturb mainly the entire communal harmony inside the region, because it is a very communal sensitive area as well. Now, all these accused, it has been learnt, had gone on to conspire for many weeks to murder Praveen Nettaru as well, and special arms training was also given to them.
And breaking news coming in here on Live and Breaking on Republic. We'd like to tell our viewers that the face-off between the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi and the Chief Minister, that's Arvind Kejriwal, it appears to be intensifying. It's the latest in this face-off between the two. We are seeing an escalation of the conflict as the Kejriwal has sought a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor at 1 in the afternoon today. But the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has turned down the Delhi Chief Minister's request. Anuj joining us with this latest development in the face-off between the two. Anuj, over to you.
Well, exactly. This is something what we have been told, and we have seen the internal tension and the infighting, that we should say, between the LG and the Delhi government. This has been something which has been always seen when this is about the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG. So this is LG versus Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Chief Minister. Let me tell you, the latest update is that this was the time which was like the appointment was sought by Arvind Kejriwal, and he was seeking the time at 1 p.m. today with the MLAs. He was willing to meet the LG of Delhi. That was something which was the request which was put in by the Aam Aadmi Party to get an appointment from Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. But the time has not been given. That is something what is the claim of Aam Aadmi Party. According to the Aam Aadmi Party sources, they are claiming that they have sought the time, but the appointment has not been given by the LG of Delhi. On the other hand, let me tell you that this was to discuss the issues of Delhi. There are several issues of Delhi which Arvind Kejriwal want to discuss along with the MLAs with the LG of Delhi. But what has been alleged now by the Aam Aadmi Party and the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party claiming is that the time has not been given. So that is something what we are seeing again, the face-off between the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. This is not new. We have seen it earlier also, again and again. We are continuously reporting on the same, that how Aam Aadmi Party is being vocal, that LG is not cooperating. That is something what has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party, whereas LG also we have seen is working for the Delhi, but this is the case back what we are seeing at this point in time. Yes, back to you.
Right. Right, Anuj. Well, many thanks for joining us with those details. So it's the latest in the face-off between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena and the Aam Aadmi Party. The former has turned down Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's request for a meeting at 1 p.m. to discuss various issues. Even as a short while back, we had heard about what the Delhi Chief Minister had said about the powers granted to the Lieutenant Governor by the court. And time for a short break, but coming up on the other side is the second threat in 11 days as a Russian plane bound for Goa is given a bomb threat. It's now been diverted to Uzbekistan. And also coming up in other news that we are tracking in new developments in the Bengal Cash for Jobs scam. Stay tuned to Republic for all the updates and details.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berry holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since.
Reporting from Jantar Mantar, where the stage is all set for the stir of wrestlers to enter day 3. Remember, day 1 it was just 30 of them. Day 2 there were more than 500 people, and today the protest is likely to intensify. How the security has been beefed up, it is more than it was in the first or second day of the protest, because remember what we are talking about here is India's pride, who brought laurels to India, coming out in protest and wanting justice.
And a blast has been reported from Jammu's Narwal area. You're watching live and breaking news coming in from Jammu. A mysterious blast reported from Narwal area of Jammu. The nature of the blast is being ascertained while security forces have been deployed at the site. And Gursimran to take us through this breaking news coming in from Narwal area. Gursimran, could you tell our viewers, we just have very sketchy details, so you'll have to take us through all that you know.
See, this incident has been reported almost 45 minutes back in the Narwal area. This is the transport yard number 7 where this blast has taken place, and as of now it could be said that this is a mysterious blast that has happened. The way the blast has taken place, there are injuries. The count can go up to 6 or more than 6 is what we are getting to know from the sources, and sources are also telling us that the intensity of the blast was so loud that it was heard even very near to the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. So this was a loud bang blast that has taken place. Now the security agencies have reached, including the SSP Jammu Chandan Kohli. He's also at the spot trying to ascertain the reason behind the blast. And important to mention that yesterday we saw a urea blast taking place in a truck in the Bajalta area, which is almost at 5 to 7 kilometers distance from this very place. Now followed by this blast taking place is a serious challenge for the security forces ahead of the Republic Day, because we know how the terror groups are trying to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, and at that time these kind of blasts taking place somewhat creates panic among the local people. But now the police is leaving nothing at chance. In the first blast that has taken place in the Bajalta area late last night, the terror angle was ruled out, but this time the police is neither ruling out anything nor they are admitting anything. So the probe is underway, but we are getting to know that at least 6 people, 5 to 6 people have been injured in this blast that have taken place.
Well, Gursimran, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on this. These are visuals of the blast site. Many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us.
A massive tragedy was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received at 9 a.m. in the morning. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit. However, the fire tenders had rushed to spot and they could manage to stop the fire from spreading. As you can see around, the smokes are still coming out. The operation is underway to douse every possible fire, every possible object that could have caught fire. Outside, there are about 8 to 9 fire tenders who had rushed at spot. The situation right now is under control. As I said, a massive tragedy has been averted in the national capital here at Connaught Place, where at 9 a.m. in the morning there was a fire call that was received, and so far what we're getting to know that it was a close shave and no injuries have been reported so far. However, it was a very, very close shave where due to short circuit this fire was reported. This is Tanisha Avasthi with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
And in news and updates, coming up next, convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Also up ahead, big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus reached.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तिहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तिहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament.
We cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now, therefore, look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job.
VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism. And it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
And in some international news now, thousands protested again in Lima and Arequipa cities, demanding the resignation of President Dina Boluarte. Police responded during the evening, firing tear gas canisters. Protests in Lima are now larger since many demonstrators came the past few days from remote regions where dozens have died during a month of unrest. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky meets on Friday with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev.
Again, great message. You're coming, so thank you very much. And thanks to, again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
Police are investigating a shooting near a Kansas City funeral home that left 4 injured, one of them critically. Police say a probe is underway and no suspects have been taken into custody yet. After Roe v. Wade, March for Life supporters celebrated the Supreme Court's dismantling of that constitutional right to abortion and heralded the political struggle set loose by the court's decision. President Joe Biden pledged to do all in his limited power to restore core abortion rights. And Portuguese Education Minister João Costa met with representatives of 2 main unions representing teachers and other public education workers in the country. The talks in Lisbon were held as a protest was held outside by workers who were calling for better pay and conditions. Floods in the Balkans this week have closed down schools, cut railway traffic and soaked homes and farmland. Flooding in Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania and Kosovo were triggered by heavy rains and unseasonably warm weather. Floods reported in parts of Kosovo closed down schools and soaked properties and farmland after the Ibar River and other smaller rivers and streams overflowed, cutting off local roads and forcing people from their homes. And plastic bottles, rusty barrels and even old refrigerators are among the tons of garbage clogging rivers in Bosnia. On the Drina River, which flows between Montenegro, Serbia and Bosnia, garbage is stuck behind a trash barrier near a key hydroelectric power plant, forming huge rubbish islands that float on the surface. Police in Ukraine's Kiev region released body cam footage shot by a first respondent arriving at the scene of Wednesday's helicopter crash, which killed the country's interior minister and about a dozen other people. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continued a sit-in inside the parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking. But coming up in a short while, convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Also, ED News, Titans in Bengal cash for jobs scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh arrested after raids and drilling.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरी आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization. referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support.
Was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit.
Stories at 12 p.m. Twin blast reported in Jammu, Narwa area, and reports suggest that 6 injured. Forces rushed to the site. Convicted rapist Ram Rahim granted parole again, out for 40 days this time. Congress leader Kamal Nath stokes fresh row, threatens cops now in a fresh pre-poll controversy. Azure Air Goa-bound flight from Russia diverted to Uzbekistan after security alert for a second time in 11 days. ED News Titans in Bengal cash for job scam. TMC leader Kuntal Ghosh arrested after the raids and drilling.
चाहे फाइनेंशियल हो, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के हों या बाकी हों, जो भी कहेंगे इनके सबकी गहराई तक जाएंगे, जांच भी करेंगे और जो निर्णय बाकी करने की आवश्यकता होगी वो भी करने का काम करेंगे.
It's a big win for our heroes. Sports Minister Anurag Thakur says consensus has been reached. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you updates of twin blasts that have been reported in the Narwal area of Jammu. Now this is the second blast that has taken place after people that had gathered there. And the cause of the blast is yet to be ascertained, is something that we are learning from the authorities. And the security forces have also been rushed to the site. And those are the visuals of that particular site in the Narwal area of Jammu that we are putting out on your screens. And I believe my colleague Gursimran is there at the spot as well. Gursimran, it's over to you. Please speak to us more about the details of these twin blasts in the Narwal area, who was behind them, and what really is the kind of investigation that is being carried out right now.
See, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Indian Army, they have reached the spot. We are getting to know that the blasts have taken place at a span of 3 to 5 minutes. So it possibly could be a plot to inflict maximum damage to the people who will gather after the first blast. And this is actually what has happened. 6 people have been injured as of now and they have been referred to the Government Medical College. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including the ADG Jammu Zone, Mukesh Singh, they have reached the spot and they are now trying to ascertain what has happened. What we are getting to know that the blast has taken place in the scrap area, and it was inside a bus or a truck where this blast has happened, after which the people gathered at that very area, and then the other blast has taken place which has led to the injuries to the 6 people. We are trying to get more details what kind of a blast this was, but what the way it has been executed, it seems that this was something that was planned and not something that has been carried out of a sudden, or a kind of a blast that was, it was being said that it was a natural blast that has taken place due to some tank blast. But what it seems is that it was a pre-planned, well-executed blast that has taken place by some terror proxies. So now the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are all at the spot, and they are trying to ascertain that how it has happened. CCTV footages of the area have also been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they are now looking into the footage. But this is something really very concerning, because this has come at a time when we have seen that we are on the almost 5 days to the Republic Day, and then this happening here in the heart of the Jammu city.
Well, that being said, Gursimran, as you're breaking down the details, and of course it is important to understand who really was carrying out this kind of a conspiracy to make these kind of blasts possible in the Narwal area of Jammu, as you're pointing out, and of course there are several people that have sustained injuries as well. Speak to us about that, and also how the investigation will be going forward, and are there any suspects that the authorities have reason to believe that they were the ones who were carrying out this kind of a conspiracy to carry out these kind of blasts that have taken place there in Jammu?
No official has spoken as of now, but one thing is very sure, that they are not ruling out the terror angle, because the way multiple blasts have taken place. This is something that we saw on 29th of September, 28th and 29th of September, when the twin blasts have taken place in the Udhampur area ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the Jammu and Kashmir. And now similar kind of incident is reported here. The difference was there, the target was the passenger bus. Here it has taken place in the area that is a transport yard area. Yard number 7 is the place where the blasts have taken place, and now the senior officials are trying to ascertain what were the reasons, how it all went, and this actually happened. So I'm also getting to know that the Indian Army too has been called in. This is what I just got a confirmation that the Indian Army has also been called in to the spot. So possibly the bomb disposal squad of the Indian Army has been called in to ascertain that what kind of explosive it was, because it is very, very important to ascertain that what kind of explosive has been used to carry out this kind of attack or this kind of a blast in the Narwal area, which is in the heart of the Jammu city. Because something like this happening in the heart of Jammu city not only triggers panic, but is a serious security lapse as well, as this is one of the biggest hub when it comes to the transport, one of the biggest transport hub of the Jammu city. So now the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are trying to ascertain that what has actually transpired.
Well, that's right, Gursimran. And if you could also share some light as far as the modus operandi of this particular blast is concerned, and any kind of similarities that the authorities have also found out in the series of blasts that had taken place.
कितने लोग जख्मी हैं, क्या बताया जा रहा है?
सर इसका कोई पता नहीं है, अब बहुत लोग गए, पुलिस भी गई है ऊपर, हमें कोई इस चीज़ का मालूम नहीं है।
ये दादा वहाँ पर तो बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ रहती है, गाड़ी वाड़ी का काम होता है, कितने लोग तकरीबन वहाँ पर मौजूद हो सकते हैं उस वक्त?
उस टाइम तो 8-10 बंदे थे।
8-10 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। 8-10 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। एक चीज़ और मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप कहाँ पर मौजूद थे जब ये ब्लास्ट हुआ? कैसे पता चला आपको वहाँ पर ब्लास्ट हुआ?
अपनी गाड़ी के पास।
आवाज़ आप तक पहुँची थी?
हाँ, आवाज़ तो बहुत धमाका बहुत जोर से हुआ।
धमाका आप तक पहुँचा। दादा आपसे मैं बात करना चाहूँगा, क्या हुआ था मैं चाहूँगा आप बताएं।
सर मैं तो घर में था, अभी आया हूँ, मैंने फ़ोन किया तो कौन से लड़के ने।
क्या बताया फ़ोन करके आपने?
बोला ब्लास्ट हुआ बहुत जोर से।
कौन कौन था यहाँ पर इस वक्त? आप मौजूद थे जब ब्लास्ट हुआ दादा? क्या हुआ था?
बम फटा था, आवाज आई थी।
आवाज आई थी, बहुत तेज आवाज आई थी। आप लोग भागकर वहाँ पर गए?
नहीं, हम तो इधर ही काम कर रहे थे।
क्या बताया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ होती है, बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 से 20 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे।
बहुत ज्यादा लोग होते हैं इधर, काम करते हैं लोग सारे, मजदूर तबका सारा। तो जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो सारे इकट्ठे ही हो गए, तो फिर सबने बोला कि भागो, आगे पीछे भागो, कहीं और ना परेशान हो जाए। बस मुझे फ़ोन किया लड़के ने, फिर मैं भी भागा दुकान मतलब घर से।
तो अब ब्लास्ट के बीच अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है और सबसे बड़ी चुनौती भी यह है कि इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज किया जाना। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी चुनौती यह है कि ये तमाम स्क्रैप की जो गाड़ियां आपको नजर आ रही होंगी, इन स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में तलाशी लेना, इन स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में तलाशी लेकर ये आश्वस्त हो जाना कि अब यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का जो है वो विस्फोटक मौजूद नहीं है। और ऐसे में क्योंकि सेना के जवान भी हमने आपको दिखाया यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, इस इलाके में सेना के जवानों को भी अब तैनात कर दिया गया है। सेना के जवानों के साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की भी तैनाती कर दी गई है और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की तैनाती के बीच गौरव तस्वीर एक बार जरूर दिखाएगा, ये सर्च ऑपरेशन की तस्वीर जूम करिए जितना पॉसिबल हो, क्योंकि तकरीबन 500 मीटर का ये इलाका, जिस इलाके में हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, इस पूरे इलाके को चारों तरफ से ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है और ब्लॉक किए जाने के बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन के बीच जब तक इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज नहीं कर दिया जाएगा, जब तक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइजेशन को लेकर आश्वस्त नहीं हो जाएगी, तब तक इस इलाके को खोला नहीं जाएगा आम लोगों के लिए। अब देखिएगा यहाँ पर लोग जो है वो जुट रहे हैं, यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के तमाम जवान जो है वो इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, क्योंकि स्क्रैप का काम यहाँ पर होता था। ऐसे में चुनौती ये है, स्क्रैप की तमाम गाड़ियां यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इन गाड़ियों की तलाशी लेना, इन गाड़ियों की तलाशी के बीच ये जान पाना कि आखिर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है वो किस कैटेगरी का था। ब्लास्ट के बीच 2 ब्लास्ट बैक टू बैक होना, ऐसे में अब ये भी आशंकाएं हैं कि इन तमाम स्क्रैप की गाड़ियों में और भी विस्फोटक सामग्री जो है वो हो सकती है। ऐसे में हम लोगों के भी उस इलाके से बहुत ज्यादा दूर कर दिया गया। गौरव एक बार नीचे आइए और कोशिश करिए जूम करके वो तस्वीर दिखाने की जो जिस जगह पर ब्लास्ट हुआ था और ब्लास्ट के बाद अब वहां पर स्थितियां क्या कुछ हैं। आप जितना जूम कर पाइए करिए, कोशिश करिए। और जो तस्वीरें अब आपको नजर आ रही हैं, यही वो इलाका है जिस जगह पर ब्लास्ट हुआ। स्क्रैप की गाड़ी मौजूद थी, उस गाड़ी के आसपास तकरीबन, जैसा कि यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, कि 10 से 12 लोग उस गाड़ी के आसपास मौजूद थे जब ब्लास्ट हुआ। अभी तक संख्या ये सामने आई है कि 6 लोग हैं जो इस पूरे हमले में घायल हुए हैं, जिसके बाद अब इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ करके अब यहाँ पर लगातार सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
All right, so we just showed you a ground report from there at the Narwal blast site, where twin blasts that had taken place, and of course a mysterious blast that had taken place, the reason for which of course is still being determined by the authorities who are at the spot, as we are showing you the visuals of the Narwal blast area. And we do see that the series of events also being determined by the authorities. We are learning that the ADG of Jammu, Mukesh Singh, is also at the spot right now.
जाने को लेकर सर क्या निर्देश मिले हैं? इस पूरे इलाके को आप देखिएगा, आप खाली कराया जा रहा है क्योंकि स्क्रैप का इलाका है। और ये देखिए सेना की गाड़ी जो है वो भी अब यहाँ पर आ चुकी है, क्योंकि सेना के तमाम लोग इसके पहले पहुंचे थे और अब सेना की एक और गाड़ी जो है वो अब आपको नजर आ रही होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की गाड़ी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने का काम कर रही है, लोगों को निर्देश दे रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को खाली कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि अब से थोड़ी देर पहले जो यहाँ पर तमाम पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद थे उनसे भी हमने बात की, तो ऑफ कैमरा उन्होंने कहा कि ये पूरा इलाका तकरीबन 1 से 2 किलोमीटर का जितने में भी ये स्क्रैप का काम होता है, जब तक इस पूरे इलाके को सैनिटाइज नहीं किया जाएगा तब तक इस इलाके को जो है वो खोला नहीं जाएगा। अब जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पर अनाउंसमेंट करती हुई, अनाउंसमेंट के बीच अब सेना जो है वो भी यहाँ पर आ चुकी है। सेना की गाड़ी भी आपको नजर आ रही होगी। इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप करने के लिए यहाँ पर सेना की जो है वो एक टुकड़ी पहुंची हुई है। अब इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप किया जाएगा, क्योंकि सैनिटाइजेशन का हम जिक्र लगातार कर रहे हैं। बैक टू बैक 2 ब्लास्ट होना, इन 2 ब्लास्टों के बीच अब बड़ी चुनौती ये है कि अब आगे उन स्थितियों को रोका जा सके, ब्लास्ट को लेकर उन तमाम स्क्रैप्स की तलाशी ली जा सके, उन तमाम गाड़ियों की तलाशी ली जा सके जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और ये देखिए सेना की एक टुकड़ी जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है इस पूरे इलाके को कवर अप करने के लिए, इस पूरे इलाके में उन तमाम चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए जिन चुनौतियों के चलते इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया है। सेना के जवान यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, इस पूरे इलाके को ब्लॉक किया गया है। 500 मीटर का दायरा जो हमने आपको दिखाया वो ब्लॉक किया गया है। बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 2 से 3 किलोमीटर का पूरा ये जो यार्ड एरिया है उसको ब्लॉक कर दिया जाएगा। उसको ब्लॉक करके सर्च ऑपरेशन यहां पर चलाया जाएगा और सर्च ऑपरेशन के बीच उन तमाम चुनौतियों से, उन तमाम मुश्किलों से निपटने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश की जाएगी कि अब उन तमाम
Indian Army, the teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived here at the ground zero and they will be now heading towards the area. The ambulance too has been called in to put it on the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of any more explosive being in the area. See, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have also been deployed here. If Sarjeevan can continue to show you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here also at the spot ground zero, and what actually transpired is yet to be ascertained by the senior officials. But yes, the SSP Jammu is here, SP South is also here along with the other officers. So the twin blasts that have taken place here in this very area is something very concerning for the security forces, because if Sarjeevan can show you a 360-degree view, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the view of that side also, that this is a transport yard area where the majority of the transport remains here, and that is why the senior officials are trying to assure that everything goes smooth. The police is asking us to vacate this area. So that is the very specific area that has been cordoned in. If you will find that the area has been sealed and only the special operations group will be allowed. The Indian Army troops, they are also moving towards this spot. The officers from the intelligence agencies, they have also arrived here at the ground zero. What has transpired is yet to known, but twin blasts have taken place. Terror angle is not being ruled out. The bomb disposal squad and the forensic team of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they too have been called in. Indian Army has already reached the spot. They are being briefed because the entire area will be checked, and this is one of the toughest area to check because this area is having more than 10,000 vehicles parked at any given point of time. So this possibility of checking the area is something which is a hillock chance. And now the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police is moving with all their equipments with them. They will try to ascertain what has actually transpired, and then only they will be in a position to comment on what kind of explosive was used. We are getting to know that 6 injuries have reached the Government Medical College in Jammu, and apart from that, the Divisional Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner of Jammu both are here at the Government Medical College, while when it comes to the senior officers, they are continuously briefing the top brass. Even the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also been briefed about what has transpired, what led to these twin blasts. So all the details are continuously being shared. The senior officials of the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police here at the ground zero, they are trying to ensure that what has transpired. See, I request Sarjeevan to zoom into that side where the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police is looking into each and every vehicle that is passing by. What has happened is yet to be known. We will try to get a word from the senior officials in case, madam. Some of the officials are trying to ascertain. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals so that the officials are here to share some off-record details.
आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं, ये कौन सा जर्नलिज्म है भाई? आप प्लीज बंद कीजिए, ये बंद करिए, अभी जो हुआ है, हाँ तो हम कह सकते हैं कि
All right, so Gursimran there getting us the ground report from the Narwal blast site, and of course, as he was also pointing out, the details of the blast are yet to be ascertained by the authorities, or at least shared by the authorities officially with the media. But as of now, we see that the authorities are present there at the spot, at the Narwal blast site, where twin blasts mysteriously had also taken. All right.
See, we are continuously showing you the visuals. The police is saying that they are trying to sanitize the area, but will it be possible to sanitize 10,000 to 15,000 vehicles that are parked here? That is something which is a Herculean task for the Jammu and Kashmir police, what it seems as of now, because to sanitize the entire area, which is now spread into kilometers, not even in meters, in kilometers this area. And if you will have if Sarjeevan will show you a
a single glimpse, you will find almost 40 to 50 vehicles parked in every 10 to 50 meters distance. So to check every nook and corner is something very, very difficult for the security forces, and this entire area is now being blocked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are saying that it cannot be ruled out that there is a possibility of some more explosive. We had an off-record briefing with some of the officials, and what they told, see, the ambulances, more and more ambulances are also being rushed to the forward areas. This is just to ensure that in case of a contingency, if anything is needed, they have all the vehicles here on the standby. That is what being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And apart from that, we have seen what has transpired since last night. First, the twin blast that have taken place in the single blast that has taken place. The area specific was Bajalta. However, it was ruled out by police, saying that it is only and only the blast that has happened due to the urea. But now the twin blasts have taken place, and the paratroopers of the Indian Army, they too have been called in. If I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the special forces of Indian Army, they too are here at the spot. Everyone is trying to ascertain what has happened. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep focusing. ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh has also reached here at the ground zero, and he is being briefed about what has transpired. Senior officials, including the SSP Jammu, they are also here, and we are trying to ensure that what has happened. The police is asking us to move back. They want to sanitize the area, but one thing is very, very sure, that sanitizing this much of an area won't be a solution for them, because this area spans over in kilometers, in multiple kilometers, and that cannot be ruled out. That even the police also have been saying the same, that we are not ruling out the possibility that there is no other suspected explosive here. The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also here. Everyone here is trying to ensure that the things are solved at an earliest. The special operations group vehicles, more and more vehicles of the special operations group, they are also being brought into this site. The Indian Army troopers, they have also landed here. And this is one of the vehicle that has been extensively damaged. If you will have a look, this vehicle is one of the vehicles that have been extensively damaged. The officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, I request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals, that the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here at the spot. They are trying to brief the seniors about what has happened, and also how the things have unfolded. The timing and the nature of the blast is yet to be ascertained. More and more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are arriving. The special operations group, the senior officials of the special operations group are leaving the spot. The police is requesting to get away from this spot. Sir, any briefing? Sir? चलिए So the senior officials are asking us to get away from this very area. More and more teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving at the spot. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here at the spot, at the ground zero, trying to ascertain what kind of nature of the blast it was, since the twin blasts have taken place. The special operations group teams, they are arriving at the regular intervals. I'll request Sarjeevan to come this way so that he can show you that how the things have unfolded. This is a vast area where this blast has taken place, because if you will move every nook and corner, then you will find that there is a regular presence, hefty presence of the vehicles here. So to check each and every nook and corner is really very, very difficult, and that's why it is taking time for police to clear the entire area. This area has also been seized. The Indian Army, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, senior officials including the ADG Jammu Zone, they are also here. So no one is leaving anything as chance so as to ensure that everything goes well and smooth. But the twin blasts that have taken place, this is what it seems as of now. There is no official word from the police, but what has transpired on 28th and 29th of September, ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Jammu and Kashmir last year on 4th of October, twin blasts have taken place that were in a bus. First it was in the night, then in the early morning, two blasts have taken place. So what it seems as of now, that it was a similar kind of a modus operandi. And what happened in the Rajouri, first there was a killing and then it was followed by an ID blast. That was a timer ID, and the main motive was to inflict maximum damage not only to the civilians but to the security forces. And this time also same thing happened. First a blast has taken place in the scrap area, then when people gathered, then another blast took place in which 6 people got injured. So the possibility of the people, that kind of a modus operandi, that first cause a blast, trigger panic, get the people onto that place, and then another timer ID or something getting blown away, causing maximum damage to the forces or the civilians gathered there, could be possibly the modus operandi in this case. Now the police is looking into every angle. Some more troops of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also being brought in. So forces are being rushed in the heavy numbers. Forces after forces, they are being rushed so as to ensure that
वहाँ पे ऐसे गाड़ी खाड़ी का काम करा रहे हो?
काम नहीं कर रहे थे, बाहर काम कर रहे थे।
बाहर क्यों? अंदर से रोड बंद है ना।
आप भी इधर ही थे? हाँ, मैं भी दुकान भी इधर ही था।
अच्छा। आपका क्या नाम है?
राजू।
आप क्या कर रहे थे उस टाइम?
मैं इस टाइम गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका हुआ, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा?
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया बहुत।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होता है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी, कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने? उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया। अच्छा, 2 ब्लास्ट हुए
जी।
इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे तो। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 का देखो।
अच्छा, एक चीज में ब्लास्ट हुआ किसमें?
निकाल
सीट वाला कह रहा था।
तू ऐसा कर।
So this was one of the eyewitnesses who saw what has transpired. Twin blast taking place at an interval of 10 minutes. This was the same modus operandi, what it seems, because the heavy deployment of police clearly suggests that this was not a tank blast, but something that has been done intentionally, possibly a part of a larger conspiracy to inflict maximum damage. See, this area is the heart of the Jammu city. This is the transport yard, and where almost 10 to 15,000 vehicles are parked at every given time. Be it the dead of the night, 10 to 15,000 vehicles are parked, and that is why this place possibly was on the target radar of those who carried out these blasts. First blast took place, then the people gathered at that very place. First blast was inside a vehicle that was a scrap vehicle, possibly came here to get renovated, and then after 10 minutes another blast took place in which 6 people have been injured, which are being treated at the Government Medical College in Jammu. As we speak, the CRPF, ITBP too have been now pressed into the cordon and the search operations that are being launched. Not only the Jammu and Kashmir police, but the CRPF, the ITBP, the Indian Army, all have been pressed into the service because it is something really very concerning for the security forces, the way this blast has taken place. We are also getting to know from the senior officials of the Indian Army that they are also sending the bomb disposal squad in a short while from now. So the BDS of the Jammu and Kashmir police is already here at the spot. Now the BDS of the Indian Army too is reaching here. So they are trying to make it very sure that what kind of explosive was used to carry out these twin blasts, because these twin blasts happening in the heart of the Jammu city, and that too 5 days ahead of the Republic Day is concerning. Will be continuing right after this short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for.
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर. लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ सर.
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की. कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर.
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी. बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी. मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है. ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है. मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आंख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पे. ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वांट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड. द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी टेकन ऑफ.
Welcome back, viewers. Once again, we are tracking for you one of the most important stories of a mysterious twin blast that has taken place in Jammu in the Narwal region as well. Gursimran, my colleague, is there at the spot. Gursimran, it's over to you. Please take us through the latest details.
See, right now the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here and they are trying to ascertain what kind of explosive were used. Twin blasts have taken place and now the ambulances too have been kept here and the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of presence of more explosives in the area. We spoke to some of the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police and what they are saying that there could be possibility of some more explosive in the area. This entire area, if you will come to this stretch, if Sarjeevan can show you on this side, this entire area has been manned by the Indian Army, the ITBP, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group. So each and every officials of these forces, they are here. If Sarjeevan can show you on this side of the area, you will find that some of the oxygen cylinders are also here. So this possibly, fortunately, you can say that the blast was not triggered in the area. Otherwise, these cylinders would have added to the damage that has already been done by these twin blasts. 6 people have got injured now. More and more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving here at the spot, trying to ascertain what has transpired. They are not saying that not in a position to comment what kind of blast it was, but the modus operandi is same, almost same what transpired in Udhampur on 28th and 29th of September and also on 1st and 2nd of January in the Dangri village of the Rajouri. So all the officials, what they are saying, the senior officials, that we are yet to ascertain what kind of explosive it was, but twin blast taking place in the heart of the city is something really very concerning because we have seen that on 26th of January, that is on the Republic Day, the entire Jammu and Kashmir was put on alert already, and the officials, what they say, that they were of the view that the terror groups might try to carry out something this kind of a terror act, and that is why they some more and more teams of the, so these are the teams of the bomb disposal squad as well as the crime unit of the Jammu and Kashmir police that has, I'll request Sarjeevan to show this way that the teams are heading towards the site where these blasts have taken place, accompanied by the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police. All the teams are going now. This special vehicles, special operation vehicles are also being sent to the spot. The forces deployment can also be seen from this very spot, and from here Sarjeevan will be in a position to show you the extent of damage this blast has done. See, multiple vehicles have been damaged. This is what we are getting to know. The Special Operations Group of the Indian Army, this area has been blocked from here on, and no one is allowed to move beyond this point. We are trying to get more and more details. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police. So the blasts have taken place at the same place, almost at the same place. There is not much difference because the first blast has taken place near in the scrapyard area. Then it was almost the same area, few meters distance only. It was that the blast have taken place. The motive behind the blast was to inflict the damage to the people who have come here, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals, and also we are getting the time. It is 10:47 when the blast has taken place. So we are getting some more details of this. See, we have got access to the CCTV footage of this. I'll request this CCTV is of nearby location when the blast took place. Camera can be seen that there is a massive blast taking place. People rushing to incident site can also be seen in the video. And also the camera, the CCTV camera is shaking. This is what we managed to get as of now in this CCTV footage in which yard number 7 blast has taken place. This CCTV clearly shows that the blast has taken place at around 10:47 is the time when this blast has taken place. And second is almost 10 minutes after this first blast that has taken place. 6 people have sustained injuries. Now the senior here we are showing you the ground zero visuals, and in the time being I'll request that we have got the CCTV of this blast. If we can show this to the viewers, that the CCTV footage of the nearby possible location where this blast has taken place, and Sir Jeevan is showing you the continuous visuals from the ground zero, that how it happened, and now the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces trying to ascertain. Yes, we are on the CCTV footage. So first on Republic TV we are showing you the timing of the blast. Republic has accessed the video, the shaky, this shaky visuals. This shows the extent of damage it was. Also, we are getting to know that ADG Jammu zone, along with the Divisional Commissioner Jammu and DC Jammu, they have reached the Government Medical College. All 3 top officials, ADG Jammu, Divcom Jammu and DC Jammu, they are at the ground. They are at the Government Medical College in Jammu, and now the troops are being moved away from this location. So the extent of coordinated search operations and also the area sanitizing is being now thoroughly increased, the area being widened, because this is one of the toughest area to man and to search. So what they have done is that they have divided the area into zones. First one zone is being cleared, and then the troops are being moved to the other areas. From morning, what we are saying that this is one of the toughest area when it comes to sanitizing the area, because this area has the presence of more than 10 to 15,000 vehicles at any given point of time. This is one of the biggest transport yards in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and also one of the biggest business hub, and that's why the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, along with the Indian Army, they are here. The troops, the Special Operations Group, the CRPF, the Indian Army, all are here at the ground zero. Sir Jeevan is showing you the regular visuals of this troops movement that is taking place. Senior officials of the Indian Army are also So the senior officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, what it seems are not in a position to share more details, but the Indian Army troops, they are also checking the each and every vehicle that is passing by. Now more troops of Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also being moved towards the response site. So this is what we are regularly showing you, and the extent of damage can be seen in the CCTV footage that we managed to access. The difference between the twin blasts that have taken place was not more than 3 to 5 or 10 minutes is what the senior officers are telling us. I'll request Sarjivan to keep showing you the visuals that how now the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces. This entire area is the place, the scrap yard where the blast has actually taken place. We are at a few meters distance without hindering the operations of the joint security forces that are taking place. We are showing you the visuals from the ground zero. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they can be seen at that very place along with the Indian Army. I hope Sarjivan is in a position to show you the visuals of what is happening there. The senior officials, including the SSP Jammu, ADG, has just now left the spot. The operations team is also here. SP South is also here, and also the officials from the bomb disposal squad as well as the Indian Army. Everyone is trying to ascertain that what is happening. Now the officials from the intelligence agencies, they are also arriving here at the ground zero. These are the intelligence officers from the Indian Army. They are also here. So each single individual is coming here so as to ensure that what actually could have transpired. Everyone wants to have a closer look of what happened and how the things are now moving. I'll request Sarjivan to keep the focus on the visuals only so that we can show you what is happening here, how the things are moving here. We are yet to get the official words. On tape we can see that the people are running towards the blast site, the CCTV which we have accessed. More and more officials of the Indian Army, they are also being brought in to the operation site. That other side, that has also been cordoned in by the Jammu and Kashmir police so as to ensure that there is no movement of the forces here at the ground zero. Twin blasts taking place within a time span of almost 10 to 15 minutes is something that has now put the forces on the alert. This is a panic mode that has been triggered because this kind of a blast taking place here at the ground zero clearly shows that the terror groups, what it seems as now is a terror plot. This has now hit deep inside the Jammu city, because this is the heart of the Jammu city, the transport hub where all the vehicles are parked by the security forces as well as the local vehicles. Some more officials are arriving here. So we are being asked to move away from this very area because what we are getting to know from the officials on the ground zero that these vehicles that are here very near to us, these vehicles, they will also be thoroughly checked, and only then a go ahead can be given by the top officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police. So I request Sarjivan to abide by what the instructions are also being given by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and we will be showing you the only what is going on here without revealing the operations that are underway. So we are being asked to move away from the area. So we have been asked to move away from this very area. I'll request Sarjivan to come this way. See some of the more officials of the Indian Army, they are arriving at the spot. Senior officials of the Indian Army, they are also here. I'll request Sarjivan to keep a tab or keep showing you the visuals of the officials of the Indian Army, those who have arrived here at the ground zero, and we can show you the visuals what is happening here at the Narwal area where this twin blasts have taken place. We are yet to get the details about the nature of the blast that has taken place, and also we have getting to know that how things are moving ahead. Oh, okay. So this is what we are getting to know. That how things have moved forward. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Indian Army have reached here. Okay, so what Sarjeevan is showing you, I'll request Sarjeevan to keep moving on the area. We are trying to move towards some different locations so that we can show you something else. I'll request Sarjeevan to move from the operational area so that we can show you that what kind of a market it is. This is the exact place where this transport yard of Narwal is situated, and you will find that all the places here at ground zero, one of the biggest establishments that was on the target of the terrorists that was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police some days back. This mall was on the target. The photos of this mall was shared by the intelligence agencies that was sent to the handlers across the border. And now this entire area will be thoroughly scanned by the security forces. So this has taken place some 100 meters away from one of the biggest malls of the Jammu city, where this blasts have taken place. And now Sarjeevan is continuously showing you the visuals. So we are trying to draw a parallel between the recent incidents that have unfolded here in the Jammu city and what is now happening, that how things have unfolded here at the ground zero. You will find that there is only a distance of almost 100 meters. Yes.
मैं सामने गाड़ी का काम कर रहा था।
अच्छा
तो बड़े जोर से धमाका, मैंने बोला टैंकी फटी होगी, जब ऊपर जाके देखा ब्लास्ट हो गया बम। गाड़ी में था, महिंद्रा गाड़ी में पड़ा था।
महिंद्रा
हाँ, वो बॉडी थी खाली, उसकी शाल था।
अच्छा।
शाल में पड़ा था।
अच्छा।
उसका धमाका वो पीस हो गया वो तो।
जो खटारा गाड़ी होती है।
हाँ, उसको तैयार करके रखी थी कि कस्टमर की गाड़ी थी, तैयार करके रखी थी। उसका धमाका पीस हो गया गाड़ी के। मेरे हिसाब से कोई 20-25 पीस हो गए गाड़ी के।
तो कितने
उसके बाद 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा ही फट गया।
अच्छा, 2 ब्लास्ट हुए जी। इंजर्ड कौन हुआ है?
और कोई 4-5 लड़के डेंटर हैं।
अच्छा, डेंटर।
हाँ, 4-5 लड़के हैं। एक पेड़ भी लगी है, एक सीट कवर का काम करता है, सीट कवर का 2 डेंटर हैं, 4-5 बंदे हैं मेरे तो। 2 मुश्किल बचेंगे, बाकी 3 के देखो।
मैं इधर ही था, चाय का काम कर रहा था, दुकान का ग्राहक कस्टमर। वो धमाका जो उधर जाके हुआ है, वो मेरे से कोई 100 फुट आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा, तो कितना बड़ा धमाका?
बड़ा धमाका, बड़ा जोरदार था। हमने सोचा कोई टंकी फट गई या टायर फट गया, लेकिन जब धुआं देखा मैं टायर नहीं फटा, कुछ और हुआ होगा। जब उधर से बंदे आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसे कोई इधर बंदे इंजर हो गए हैं, तो कोई बम फटा है।
अच्छा।
अब उसके ठीक हुआ 10-15-20 मिनट, वो दूसरा भी फट गया जब बड़ी पब्लिक इकट्ठी हुई थी।
अच्छा।
वो थोड़ा उससे थोड़ा आगे जाके हुआ है।
अच्छा। 10 मिनट का बाबू। तो 2 बम फटे?
2 बम फटे हैं।
2 की आवाज आपने?
2 होगी बस।
एक पहला हुआ, एक उसके बाद हुआ था।
तो आप यहीं पे थे उस टाइम?
उसी टाइम में यहीं बैठा था, मैं चाय बेच रहा था।
क्या देखा?
खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा है, इतनी दूर से जहाँ मैं खड़ा था वहाँ से तो दूर से खाली धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था।
अच्छा।
All right, so there you have viewers, the visuals at the blast site, where in fact we are putting out those visuals from the blast site, and we also heard the eyewitnesses as well recounting the entire incident of what they had heard during the time that the blast had taken place. Remember, this is a twin blast that has taken place in the Narwal area of Jammu, and as we have shown you the ground report from multiple locations, as we can see that the investigating authorities in fact are there on the ground trying to cordon off the entire area and to try to carry out an investigation into how really this blast had taken place there in the Narwal area of Jammu. And let me once again go across to Gursimran, who's there at the spot. Gursimran, once again it's over to you. Please take us through the latest details. Please pan your camera as much as possible. Show our viewers where you are, where this blast has taken place, what really is the action that is being taken by the investigating authorities there on the ground right now.
See, right now we are in the Narwal area, and this is we are at the nearest incident site to a place to the incident site. This is a residential complex. These are the jhuggies of the locals, those who are living in this area, and they were occupied by some of the residents. If Sir Jeevan can come this way, we will show that around 100 people were here when this incident has taken place. मुझे ये बताइए किस तरह की धमाके की आवाज़ आई थी, क्या हुआ?
हम झुग्गी में आए थे, जोरदार आया था, उसमें ऐसे लगा कि कोई कुछ बहुत बड़ा बम फट गया है।
आप लोग कहाँ थे?
मैं तो साइड में था, फिर मुझे बीबी ने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे हुआ, तो फिर मैंने दौड़ कर आया यहाँ।
डर का माहौल
सारे को लगा है, सारे झुग्गी के ऊपर पुल के ऊपर में बैठे हुए हैं।
तो सभी लोग आप लोग वहाँ चले गए हैं
घर में।
2 ब्लास्ट बताए जा रहे हुए।
हाँ, एक आगे हुआ है, एक यहाँ हमारे 100 मीटर की दूरी में हुआ है।
100 मीटर की दूरी। So at 100 meters distance, I request Sir Jeevan to keep coming to this area so that we can have a look at what has happened, how the things are moving. The people are going away from this very area. So the people are in panic. They don't know what has actually happened. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep panning on the visuals that what has transpired. Entire area is thoroughly being searched, and we are at the nearest spot. आपने सुना क्या हुआ है? क्या आवाज आई थी?
काम पे गया था हम लोग।
तो क्या बता रहे हैं, आवाज आई थी?
हाँ, आवाज धमाके का आया था, जोरदार।
कितना जोरदार धमाका?
जोरदार धमाका था। पहले वाला का तो मैं ध्यान नहीं दिया, उतना कम था। दूसरा वाला धमाका इधर ही हुआ ना, वो जबरदस्त था। मैं झुग्गी में ही था।
झुग्गी में ही थे?
हाँ।
तो क्या लगा, किस तरह से, मतलब कितने बजे का समय था, क्या हुआ?
वो टाइम तो फिक्स पता नहीं है, लेकिन पहले हुआ, उसके आधे घंटे बाद ये दूसरा हुआ।
ओके, तो आप भी यहीं पे थे?
हाँ।
सुना आपने?
बहुत जोर से सुना।
तो क्या मतलब तब हड़बड़ी मच गई होगी?
हाँ, पूरा हड़बड़ी मची। पहले वहाँ पे देखने गए थे, उसके बाद रूम आ गए हम लोग, यहाँ पे फिर गए रूम से, तो यहाँ पे आवाज आई बहुत जोर से।
बहुत जोर से आवाज आई। This is what the eyewitnesses are saying. They have their residences here only. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals from the ground zero. We are at the nearest possible locations from where we can show you what has transpired. I'll request Sir Jeevan if he can come this way and show the deployment of the security force. See, one lady is here. मुझे बताइए क्या हुआ?
पूरा हिल गया था हमारा झुग्गी, हम 2 ही जनानी था, बहुत रो रहा था अंदर। पूरा जितना धुआं ना हमारा अंदर आ गया।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ?
हाँ, बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्टिंग हुआ। हम डर गया था, पूरा 2 जनानी था, बच्चे छोटे को नहला रहा था, उतना टाइम पूरा धुआं हमारा घर पूरे भर गया। वो पीछे
की तरफ से जो है वो यहाँ पे आया। If Sir Jeevan can come and show you that from this very area we will be in a position to show what actually has transpired. We are trying to go as close as possible. See, this is the location where the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police as well as the Indian Army, they are here. We are at the nearest location possible from where we can show that the troops here are at the ground. This is the exact place. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals. See, Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of this vehicle. Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of this vehicle. This is the vehicle where the blast has taken place. I'll request team to grab these visuals. These are the exclusive visuals we are showing you on the Republic TV. They're first visuals of the vehicles where the blast has taken place. The blast was so massive that it has the smoke has entered the nearby houses of the people who are here, and other officials of the Indian Army, they are also here. See, the entire area has been cordoned in by the security forces. Even the senior officials, the topmost officials of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the CRPF, the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, all are here. So we are showing you the exclusive ground zero visuals of what has transpired. And this is one reason that this family is safe, is
possibly this chassis of a vehicle which has a number 701469135 written on it. This has saved their lives. A scooty can also be seen totally shattered away by what has happened. So we are at the nearest location from where we can see what has actually transpired, how this blast has happened and what the people they witnessed. मुझे ये बताइए आप लोग घर पे थे, क्या हुआ? आपको आवाज आई?
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
कितने बजे का समय होगा?
11:15
बजे का समय। तो कितना जबरदस्त ब्लास्ट?
बहुत जबरदस्त हुआ। हम सारी डर रहे थे, हम डर गए थे। 2 जनानी था, रो रहा था, बच्चा नहला रहा था, पूरा धुआं घर में आ गया, पूरा ब्लास्टिंग का।
So the entire smoke has entered from this very area. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals, keep on the visuals of the blast that has taken place. This white Swift car is the vehicle. What it seems, this white sedan car is where the blast has taken place, and the nearby scooty and other vehicles, they have totally been blown by this blast that has taken place. We are continuing with the rolling coverage. We'll try to speak to some more people. आपने आवाज सुनी थी? See. Sarjeevan is having some more visuals. The dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the spot. The bomb disposal BDS and the dog squad of the Indian Army is here at the ground zero. We are showing you that how things are moving here at the ground zero. BDS and dog squad of the Indian Army.
Gursimran, please continue to keep beaming those visuals for our viewers as we are cutting across those visuals, of course, as well. As we invite more and more voices on the broadcast, including Major General Sanjay Soy, in fact, who's joining us right now on the broadcast as we look at those exclusive images from the Narwal blast site there in Jammu, where my colleague Gursimran is present. But to you, Major General Sanjay Soy, if I could speak to you about the blast that has taken place there in the Narwal area of Jammu and how this is also less than 24 hours later, another blast that had taken place yesterday as well. Please speak to us a little bit about the kind of security concerns that this also raises over the blast that has taken place there in Narwal.
In fact, I would say that it is maybe what is happening is now they are focusing more towards the Jammu region. It is Rajouri, Jammu, and this is the area where they are trying to establish a foothold. And more than that, they are trying to create a problem or create a sort of panic situation as the Republic Day is approaching. In fact, I would say that they are totally disheartened with the way Jammu and Kashmir is progressing, the way it is developing, the way tourists are visiting Jammu and Kashmir, and the Pakistan hand is absolutely very clear in this. And I would like to add here that it is very unfortunate that on the one hand, the Pakistan is not focusing on their own development and their total attention and their total focus is creating problems in India. In fact, I wish that God or Allah sends a better sense in their mind that they should focus for the development, for the poverty, for the inflation, for providing food and meals and petrol to their own population rather than creating problem here. And that is the reason. In fact, this is the reason that they are in this situation as of now, because their total focus has been anti-India, and this is their own people are suffering, and their awam, their people are now asking questions to their rulers, what have you done for us? They are only busy filling their pockets, corruption, and ISI is busy creating problems in India. And nobody is bothered about the common man, common people. This is but the only thing I am very happy that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are very brave. The kind of situation which are there, that hardly an incident in Kashmir side, hardly just couple of incidents here which they are trying to do, which I'm sure that people will remain alert and they will thwart any such misadventure of the Pakistan security forces are alert. But more than that, I must compliment the local population, the local people of the Kashmir as well as Jammu region. that it is their support is very much needed for the security forces to thwart the misadventure.
Well, absolutely, Major General Sanjay Soy, I want to thank you for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your perspective on this very important story that we are tracking for our viewers right from ground zero, where we're showing you the visuals. Even now, these are live visuals that our colleague Gursimran is beaming for you. These are exclusive visuals really of the kind of procedure and protocol that is being followed by the investigating authorities, our security forces on the ground right now, who are trying to determine the reason and the circumstances under which this kind of a mystery twin blast that has taken place there in the Narwal area in Jammu as well. And of course, these are some of the exclusive images that we are putting out on your screens of the security forces that are there at the Narwal blast site itself. And of course, we are also waiting for an official word to come out from the authorities to confirm on the details of the twin blast that had taken place. And of course, as of now, we are looking at these images coming to light from Narwal.
Even is showing you the non-stop visuals. Some of the officials from the Indian Army as well as the bomb disposal squad of the Indian Army, they too have arrived here at the ground zero. The bomb disposal squad is also here. The BDS is trying to ascertain. And also, break it, NIA is here at the spot. NIA at ground zero. NIA teams are here at the ground zero. NIA teams have responded immediately. NIA teams are here at ground zero, where blast has taken place, and Sarjeevan is showing you the exclusive visuals of the NIA officials. These are the NIA officials, those who were in civils. Visuals are via our unit. We are giving you live visuals of the NIA teams here at the spot. An officer of the National Investigation Agency in civils, they have arrived here at the ground zero. So this is what we are getting to know from the top officials of the Indian Army, as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, that the intensity of blast is being ascertained. But since the NIA has arrived here at the ground zero, the possibility, it is very highly possible that this is an act of terror. That is why the NIA has been pressed into the investigation. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are here at the ground zero. See, Sarjeevan is having one of the class visuals. We can show that. I'll request Sarjeevan if we can zoom in and show some of the officers, so that these are the officials from the National Investigation Agency, those who have come very close to this vehicle. And also here on this side you will find some officials. These are the officials of the National Investigation Agency, where the Sarjeevan is now focusing. Sarjeevan is trying to show as many visuals as we can. I know it is really very tough for him to show the visuals, as we are managing to get some glimpse of the NIA teams that are being at the ground zero. So these are the officials of the National Investigation Agency, those who have arrived, and now the investigation is going on. So for a parallel investigation, NIA has already been